Yo, how's it going? We're back. We're back, boys. With our most important stream yet. Yo, Bean. How's it going? The art in the thumbnail is some kind of level E cover art. I don't know what it's from exactly, actually. But it's from Level E, the manga Level E. The Togashi manga. But I don't know if it was like what am I doing here? Is it the cover? Yeah, I guess it's the cover of a tankobon release. I don't know. It looks pretty cool. And I'm probably going to be talking about Hunter x Hunter today, so I thought it would be appropriate. And I might actually read some Level E because I've never finished it before. I've never read all of it. So I thought it might be a good opportunity to read through it. I think there's only 3 volumes, so it should be a quick read. Because I'm trying to read through everything Togashi has done at the moment, which mainly means Yu Yu Hakusho and Level E. Because I may be working on some kind of a video that necessitates that I read everything Togashi has made. Just saying. It's a little clue for you. Let's bring this music, incredibly bassed music, down. Okay. I'll get started in a minute when a couple more people have arrived. By the way, every time you get an ad, let me know in chat. Because I want to know. Because I don't really get how this works. I try to put it so that I get to manually place the ads myself during stream. But I don't know. I don't seem to have the option to do that. And I want to know how many ads there are. Because someone was saying last time that there's a crazy amount, which there shouldn't be. So if you get an ad, let me know in chat. Alright. So, what are we going to be talking about today? Today. I thought we would talk about my channel. The identity of my channel. Insofar as it has one. And maybe getting a new one. Maybe I'll talk about that in a bit. One aspect of Level E, I think, is a glimpse into what Togashi will be interested to cover in the future of Hunter x Hunter, basically very detailed alien species anthropology. Yeah. From what I understand, because I think I only ever read the first volume, which is kind of just like, from what I remember, kind of just like a situational comedy, odd couple kind of thing, where you have the alien guy who arrives and it's just kind of awkward and quirky. But from what I understand, after that, it becomes like a whole different kind of thing. With all the alien species. Isn't there some kind of game as well, like a video game? I don't know. But maybe we'll read it tonight. Yo, how you doing, man? It's been a while. Actually, let me put some kind of background music on. I feel like I'm going crazy here. In the silence. What should we put on? Some kind of copyright-free type deal is what I'm feeling. Don't know about you guys. So yeah, we've got Level E open here, we've got Yu Yu Hakusho open here. The reason being... Is that too loud? Is the music loud? I never know. It's too loud for me, maybe. The reason being that for a while now, actually, I've had a pretty big Hunter x Hunter video in the works. And seeing as they've just announced that Hunter x Hunter serialization will pick back up again in October, I thought it would be a good idea to maybe get that video ready so I can get it out when serialization starts up again. So that gives me a couple months to make the video, which I think is enough. Last time was nice. Yeah, it was. It's pretty good stream last time, I thought. So yeah, working on a Hunter x Hunter video, I think it'll be pretty good. Certainly a different approach to the material, different kind of analysis than what you've probably seen other people say about the series on YouTube. So yeah, I thought it would be appropriate if I actually read through everything else Togashi's done, just to give me more context and see how his themes have evolved over the course of his career. Actually, let me check. What else has he done? Little Mr. Togashi. I feel like all I'm thinking of is Level E and Yu Yu Hakusho, but is there anything else? Okay, what we got? What was that? Rakuten Wars? Huh. Okami nante kowaku nai. So this is like a short story collection, or one-shot collection. That's kind of neat. I didn't know about this actually. From 87 to 89. Published in Shonen Jump. So when was Yu Yu Hakusho was 90. Okay, so he would have started Yu Yu Hakusho right after. Oh no, he did this as well. Ecchi comedy. Tende Showaru Cupid. Wicked Cupid. Souls are expensive commodities. Okay, so something about souls already. Source of great pride to those of the Demon World Soul Bank. Demon World Souls seems to prefigure Yu Yu Hakusho a bit. When the Koi nobody has. Interesting. See if we can find this. Oh yeah, neat. What was the other one? Okay, seems like it's actually here. That's cool. Occult detective group. Yeah, so I'll probably read through all of this. I don't know if I'll read through all of it on stream, but could be cool. Rakuten Wars. Okay. So that's pretty... See, he hasn't really done that much, has he? He's just been on Hunter x Hunter for so long. What's the subject exactly? Well, I suppose it has mostly to do with the morality of the Hunter x Hunter world. I think one of the first things that I really appreciated about Hunter x Hunter, and one of the things that I found appealing in the first place, and what set it apart from other like shonen series in the same vein, was like the variety. Every like arc of Hunter x Hunter really feels like a distinct genre, a distinct kind of story, and a distinct way of telling a story. And I think that's something that most people appreciate probably about the series. But the thing is, it almost feels like there isn't really, or at least at first, it feels like there isn't really a unifying theme, I guess. Like, there are themes that are pretty obvious throughout the series, but it almost feels like, oh, this is just Togashi doing, every arc is just him doing whatever he happens to be interested in at that time. But like rereading the series and really thinking about it, I came to the realization that there really is a like strong thematic grounding to the entire series that runs through every arc. And that's to do with like humanity, inhumanity, morality, and all that. I won't go too deep into it because I don't want to spoil the video. So the video is going to be, I guess, an overview of pretty much the entire thing, but focusing specifically on that aspect of the series, the question of morality in the world of Hunter x Hunter, and what Togashi is getting at. And how it is actually like a well-structured and kind of focused series, despite the eclectic nature of the various genres and styles that each arc takes on. And I think maybe Yu Yu Hakusho is probably the series, in terms of like that particular theme of morality and humanity and what it means to be human. Yu Yu Hakusho is probably the one where I'm going to find a lot of common thematic ground. But yeah, I think it'll be an interesting take. I mean, to be honest, those are the only kinds of videos that really interest me at the moment. Especially videos on like pretty popular series like Hunter x Hunter. I'm only interested if I have an observation that I feel kind of like reframes your perception of the entire thing and makes you go, oh wow, yeah, okay, that's actually what it's kind of all about, and gives you a different perception. Same thing with my Monogatari video, the fabled Monogatari video. Although that one's even more like, even more impressive, even if I say so myself. That video is like pretty out there. Like I'm like this Hunter x Hunter analysis will be pretty original, I think, but like what I have to say about the Monogatari series, I'm pretty sure like no one else has ever said what I'm going to say about it. And that's good, because that actually brings me to the topic of my YouTube videos and what am I doing? What am I doing with my channel? So like just today and yesterday I've been thinking about like a problem that I have, and it's funny that I'm talking about this in the context of the Hunter x Hunter video and the Monogatari video, because those are both like big projects I've been working on for a while. But the realization I've had is that I always do the same thing. I always do this thing where I like have an idea, an observation about a particular topic, maybe a film, maybe a particular artist, maybe a general topic. I'll have one observation and I'll find it interesting and I'll write it down. And let's say it's an observation about, well, I'll take the example of like Ozu, the filmmaker, Japanese filmmaker, Yasujiro Ozu, because this is what I had the other day, literally. If I have an idea, let's say I'm watching a film by Ozu and I have some kind of insight, I'm like, oh, that's interesting. I just had this idea, some kind of analytical idea. I'll write it down, but instead of making that idea into a video straight away, I'll just be like, one day I'll make a big Ozu analysis video, and that observation will be in there somewhere. And, you know, over time, I'll have maybe loads of little observations about Ozu's films, and I'll collect them, in a document. And And I'll keep telling myself that one day I will make a big Ozu video. But the thing is, I'm probably never going to make that video. Like, I've managed to make big kind of exhaustive videos before, but for every one that I do make, there's like 10 that I didn't make, or that I probably never will make. So yesterday I was just thinking, you know what, from here on out, why don't I just, like, when I have an interesting observation like that, an interesting idea, why don't I just make it into a video, like a quick, shorter video, like a 10-minute video essay that's just about that one particular thing, that one angle, that one insight, instead of like constantly like pushing it back to this ideal, imagined, potential big video that incorporates all the potential observations that I will have on that given topic. Instead, just fucking make a little video about this aspect of Ozu's films, and who knows, maybe one day I'll make another video based on another observation about Ozu's films, or maybe one day I will make that big video and I'll still like kind of reiterate that thing that I already talked about in the smaller video, but in a different context. I think this is the way to go for the channel, because otherwise I'm just never going to be able to make videos on a regular basis. And it's not even about like getting more videos out just for like the algorithm, just for views and stuff like that. It really is, I feel like I have loads of ideas that I find interesting, but I feel like nobody is hearing them because I'm just like not making them into videos, because I keep waiting to make those big, exhaustive essays on the topic, when I could just make like little kind of fragmentary essays here and there. I would be getting more videos out, and I would actually be getting my ideas, my insights out into the world for people to hear. So I think that's probably what I'm going to be trying to do from here on out. But I'll still obviously be working probably on bigger videos in the background. For example, this Hunter x Hunter video, and the Monogatari video, and the first one will probably be my Kubrick video, which I don't know how long that one will be, probably over half an hour. I'd like it to be pretty long for it to feel kind of beefy and in depth. So I'd like it to be like maybe 40 minutes long. But yeah, the Kubrick video is probably the one most likely to come out first. The Hunter x Hunter video, I definitely need to work it some more and really figure out the structure and everything. And I mean, don't even get me started on the Monogatari video. The Monogatari video is the one that I have the most like notes and stuff written down for, but it's just so disorganized, and so yeah. Like I said last time, the Monogatari video, like, that's probably something I might like do on stream, like do the research and everything on stream, because it'll like motivate me to do it. But yeah, I think for now I'll like read Togashi's other stuff in preparation for that Hunter x Hunter video, while mainly focusing on the Kubrick video in terms of like big projects, but then like on a kind of day-to-day basis writing scripts for shorter video essays. And it's something I want to do as well, because I just want to write more. I want to like get better at actually writing like concise, interesting, and like appealing video essays. And you can only really get better at that by like practicing, right? So I want to create a kind of lifestyle for myself where I'm just like, every time I have an idea, I'm like, oh, that's cool, and I just write a script for a video, get it edited, get it out there. And I can actually become a better writer instead of just writing down a few notes for an idea and telling myself that I'll get to it eventually. Let's have a bit of beer, shall we? Ah bah salut Marianne, comment tu vas? To be concise and relevant is quite hard. Yeah. I mean, relevant, I don't know about that. Depends what you mean by relevant, but yeah, being concise, I think it's something that I do actually do pretty well. Like I've had videos in the past where I felt like, damn, like that's a pretty like dense script where I touch on a lot of things in a short amount of time. But yeah, just like the idea of being able to like bang out loads of scripts based on whatever ideas I have, I feel like it'll feel way more satisfying than just building up to these big potential projects. And that's the other thing, is like when I'm thinking about a big project, one of the reasons I keep putting it off and keep pushing it back is because it's a big project. So like my procrastinating brain is telling me, damn, dude, that's a lot of work that you need to do. That's going to take a while. So obviously, of course, I never want to start working on the fucking Monogatari video because I know it's going to be enormous. But if I just like take these little observations and turn them into shorter videos, like I won't have that blockage. You know, it'll like, yeah, it'll destroy that kind of mental barrier that I have. And it'll get me into the habit of writing more and making more videos. And I mean, I'd love to just like do this for a living. Like for this to be my job, you know. I want to like create that like writer's lifestyle. Not even really thinking about it as like a YouTuber lifestyle, just thinking about it like an essay writer, you know. Ben, je sais que tu parles anglais, mais ça me ferait bizarre de te parler en anglais. Puis comme ça, Alexandre, il me comprend aussi. De toute façon, vous n'êtes pas les seuls français dans le chat. Just wanted to say I appreciate your work, your writings are already so full of insight and they've legitimately changed the way I think about art. Well, thanks, Liam. That's good to hear. I mean, that's the goal. That's the goal, isn't it? The streams aren't very interesting yet, so don't worry about missing them. I'm working on it. They'll get better and better. Remets-toi au travail, Alexandre. M'écoute pas. Te laisse pas distraire. So that's what I've been thinking about with respect to the channel. Also, not just like making shorter like essays, but also maybe making more like experimental stuff. I mean, I have my. Let's have a look at. I have my second channel, which I don't know. I guess many of you probably don't even know about this second channel. But this is a channel that I made with the express purpose of just publishing like kind of weird videos that don't really fit on my main channel. So this one here, Endless Every Day, is probably one of the videos that I've made that I'm most proud of. And so the idea was that I wanted to articulate this idea, this concept of the endless everyday, which is like a sociological concept, without like it being a conventional video essay. And so it's mostly just like clips from anime, like put back to back, with a lot of work done on how one clip transitions into the next. And there's only like 2 sections of the video that have like narration, and it's just like AI voiceover TTS narration, and that are just quotes from pre-existing texts, so they're not even my original text. And this one's kind of the same. It's clips from Lane with TTS voiceover from George Simmel texts, which is also like sociology. And I really like the vibe that these videos create. I like the vibe of this channel, even though there's only 2 videos on it. But like the Japanese name, that feeling of kind of obscurity or of something esoteric and kind of hard to find about it. I like that vibe for the channel. And the reason I didn't want to put these videos on the main channel is not just because they're very different from the usual content I make, but it's also because I wanted them to exist in this kind of pure space for videos that are only on this level. Like, I only want videos on this channel, I only want videos that create that particular kind of atmosphere. And the problem with my main channel is that it's all kind of diluted and corrupted because there's loads of different kinds of videos. And so like I have this dilemma where I want to make more kind of experimental stuff, but I want it to exist in a space that's kind of harmonious and pure. I keep saying pure, but like, I mean, I get what I mean by that, but what I mean by that is like, if I go on my main channel, like if you go back far enough, there are videos that I don't really like anymore, that I don't really relate to anymore, but I can't just like unlist or delete because they still get me views. So I would love to like just migrate to this other channel and keep making only videos that I'm really proud of, not just the content of the video, but like the style and the vibe that the video has. But obviously I can't really justify that because I have like 20 odd K subscribers on the main channel. So there's always the thought like, should I just release these on the main channel? Like, even if people are like, what the fuck is this? And even if their effect is kind of diluted by the fact that the channel is full of loads of different kinds of content, at least it'll be more views. I mean, these videos kind of got a fair amount of views, to be honest, considering that this channel was just like nothing. And that's mostly because Shabes talked about them on AniTube Digest. And he really liked this one, actually. So I think like loads of people came from Shabes' video. So I'd like to say just fuck it, I'll just release everything on the main channel. And like create the kind of vibe that I would have had on this channel, but on my main channel. And like the only way I can do that is by releasing enough videos quickly enough to establish that new identity. Because if I just release one kind of experimental video and I don't release any more videos for like 3 months, then like that video is just going to get lost in the miasma of all the different kinds of videos I make, and it's not going to establish a new identity for the channel. Kind of like, the ecstatic void. So you mentioned the ecstatic void. Yeah, it probably is my best video. And yeah, it is experimental. And that's, on my main channel, it's probably my best video, along with my Evangelion and the Death of Anime channel video, sorry. But see how the ecstatic void just kind of gets lost. Well, first of all, I didn't get that many views, but that's kind of to be expected. It was in French on my main channel. But like, it just kind of, it's just there. Like, you'll go from watching, like, one of my most popular videos is the Leftovers analysis, which is like, I think the oldest extant video on my channel. There were older videos, but I think I unlisted all of them because they were like bad. And like, the Leftovers video is still the video that like consistently gets the most views on a consistent basis. And so if you go from watching that, like if you arrive on my channel and you watch that Leftovers analysis, which is pretty like basic, like character theme analysis, it's not very interesting. And then you check out my other content and you watch the ecstatic void, you'll be like, what the fuck? I don't know if I want to subscribe to this channel because I don't really get what it's all about. So I'd like to be able to get to a point where I can release loads of videos that are in the style that I want to have, and create a following based on that style. And then at some point I can just unlist all of the videos I don't like, and then my channel would just be what I like. I know loads of people like those older videos, like the original Evangelion series I did, why the end of Evangelion is a happy ending. Like, those are my most popular videos, but I think they're pretty like kind of boring now. The other Evangelion video I did is much more interesting, and much more in the style of the kind of analysis I do nowadays. So yeah, it's just like, it's one of those weird situations where you don't know how to handle the identity of the channel. Mais la pureté existe-t-elle vraiment? Ah, bonne question. Mais la réponse c'est oui. How can we find your second channel if it's written in Japanese? Yeah, that was the point. I wanted it to be this weird, obscure, hard to find channel. Because like, there are people who are able to create a following based on like their obscurity, and it becomes this kind of niche thing. Like, oh, what's that? What's this all about? Who is this guy? Like, he doesn't even narrate the videos himself. He uses AI voices. I wanted to create this kind of feeling of like you're entering into this this other space. I like channels and videos and just media in general that make me feel like I'm in a particular kind of space, that create a kind of atmosphere. But if you want to find it, it's just, you can use the @ which is Thunderwords. But the name is Nansensu. I'll just link it in chat. I mean, there you go. So this here is my best video ever, basically. Bah bravo. Tu veux une médaille? Yeah, the Studio Ursat Cinematic Universe. Yeah. But I don't want it to be a cinematic universe. I'd like it to be just one place, just one channel. But I've ruined it by starting the channel like years ago and making too many different kinds of videos and just... Yeah. Basically, you're like those guys who went from mainstream to obscure and experimental instead of the other way around. Kind of, yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, a lot of my earlier videos were in a particular style of like video essay and analysis that was very popular at the time, very conventional. And I guess I got bored of that pretty quick. But I mean, I still like am kind of making videos in that vein, like these big videos that I'm talking about, the Kubrick video, the Hunter x Hunter video, the Monogatari video, they are like just like analysis video. I mean, they're video essays. The Monogatari video is a bit more out there, a bit more theoretical and complicated, but it's also a matter of like the choice of subjects, the topics. And like, do these videos really reflect what I'm interested in, the way I talk about films and art, my ideas, my philosophy? So yeah, so obviously in terms of like viewership, the answer is making more videos more regularly, shorter videos. But in terms of like thinking about creating the identity that I want to have on my channel, instead of doing a particular kind of easy short video like recommendation videos that actually work pretty well, like those 2 anime recommendation videos I did got way more views than my average videos do. But instead of doing something like that, just like making actual essays based on the interesting observations I have on a pretty regular basis and just quickly making them into videos and putting those out there. That'll definitely be more satisfying for me, and it'll result in my channel being a representative of my actual style, my actual like method of thinking about things. I'm planning on binge watching all your videos in the next few days to understand what you are doing better and to feel more intelligent. Maybe don't binge all of them, because some of them aren't great. But yes, you will feel more intelligent, for sure. That my videos have that effect. They'll raise your IQ by at least 20 points. That's the Studio Ursat's guarantee. How long have we been going? We've been going for... not even an hour. Well, you might not be more intelligent, but at least you can like... you can just repeat quotes from my videos. Repeat stuff I said and you'll sound intelligent. Love the Endless Everyday video, by the way. Had no idea you were behind that channel until very recently. One of the best stuff I've seen in recent memory. Yeah. It's funny because Shabes, I don't know if you like found it via AniTube Digest or how you found it, but like Shabes found these videos because I shared them on my Twitter account and he follows me on Twitter. But in the AniTube Digest, he was like, it was so-and-so who like shared this on Twitter, but I don't think he's the person behind the channel. I don't think it's his videos. And I was like watching that thinking, see, this is exactly what I wanted. Even though like the only reason people are hearing or seeing these videos is because I shared it on my Twitter account, still people don't realize that they're my videos because they're they're so different and so strange, and it seems so obscure, and the name of the channel has Japanese in it, so like everybody assumes that it's not mine, and that's what I wanted. And I'm sure I could, like, if I made more videos on this channel, like I probably could like get a bit of a following. Like I already have like 100 subscribers from 2 videos that are like weird and experimental. But like I can't really, it's never a sure thing. You never know how to build a channel, how to get more subscribers. So I can't like bank on that. I can't just be like, I'm going to migrate over to this channel and just make perfect videos that represent exactly the kind of essays I'd like to make. Because I can't be sure that it'll work. And I am also thinking about like profitability and stuff. If I want to like do this full time at some point, which would be pretty cool. Yeah, it was through Digest. Yeah, see. Yeah. That's where most people found it. So yeah, I think at the moment I'm thinking of just going with the main channel plan and putting everything on the main channel. I have like one kind of experimental little video that I've been working on recently that I was originally going to post on this channel, but I think I'll put it on the main channel and see how it goes. And when I say experimental, by the way, and like when I talk about videos that really reflect the kind of style I want to have in my videos, you can look at these videos and you can look at something like The Ecstatic Void, or even The First Death of the Image, although that was kind of more just like a collection of essays, rather than being one kind of experimental essay. But what I'm talking about is finding different ways of articulating ideas and arguments rather than just through what is essentially a text. So most video essays are just essays, like written essays that happen to be narrated, and in the best of cases the visuals contribute in some way to the experience of the essay, but most of the time it's just text, right? That you're hearing and seeing in video form because it's more entertaining that way. But these essays aren't really taking advantage of the medium of the video essay. And I kind of talked about this in my last video, right? In that method section where I talk about the state of like YouTube as a medium. And so these are videos that like articulate ideas and observations that I could have delivered in a more conventional video essay form, but they do it through kind of non-verbal means, if that makes sense. And even when there is narration, it's like there's a kind of distancing effect because it's AI voice and it's quotes. So there's like a quotational, citational element, which is something that something I was going to say I got from Godard's films, but I don't think I got it from him. But it's something he does a lot in his more like essay films, is the quotational thing. Like if you watch Histoire du Cinéma, his like series of documentaries that he did, like that's a video essay. You know, he's articulating ideas through this new medium, right? So I'd like to do stuff that veers in that direction. Obviously, from time to time, I will still do more kind of conventional video essays, because sometimes you just have to. And like I say, I want to kind of practice my writing abilities, my kind of essay writing. But yeah, making videos like this as well, like that will definitely create a particular kind of feeling on the channel, a particular kind of space. Because for me, it's all about like creating a media environment that you want to like inhabit. And like you go on the channel and you're like, oh, this channel has a particular aura. It's like obscure and strange and esoteric. And you watch the videos and you feel like they almost like they came out of the internet by themselves, like they birthed themselves, you know. They weren't created by one person because they have that kind of collage, montage effect. And I want to have a channel that creates a particular kind of media environment. This is one of the reasons why And I mentioned this just because I was rewatching some of her videos recently. But this is one of the reasons why I loved Digibro After Dark so much, like back in the day. Digibro After Dark was like one of my favorite channels, even more so than her main channel, because like insomnia analysis and all those kinds of videos, it was such a unique way to do they were like experimental vlogs, you know, / diaries / essays, you know. And I on that channel, like, she created such a distinct space that when you go on it, you inhabit this media space, and it doesn't feel anything like anyone else's channel, you know. And that's the kind of thing I would like to create. Obviously not in the style of Digibro's videos, but my own style, but something distinct. What are we saying? My favourite video of yours is your Martian Success in Nadesco essay. I love that show, and it's my second favourite meta-anime behind Eva. Yeah, that video is pretty good. But that would probably be... that would be more in the realm of my more conventional essays. But yeah, it's definitely on the high end of my... in terms of video essays that are more conventional, and I'm not really particularly proud of in terms of like their form, but the content and the stuff I say in the video, like the actual ideas that I put forth, I think are pretty good in that video. Yeah. I just watched the films from the end of the world video, and it really got me thinking about the kind of films I want to make. Also got me thinking about the role of the video essay as a whole and the value of experimenting in this field. Yeah, well, there you go. It was a success then. I guess I could kind of go over that video a bit, because the reaction to that video was kind of mixed. I mean, the likes are positive and everything, but like the comments, there were quite a few people who were like, I couldn't get into this, I don't get this, like, make more anime videos. There seemed to be some people who didn't really get it or didn't really like it. Which makes sense, because that video definitely leads on the more experimental side. And I was definitely aiming to create more of an experience with that video than I was to just communicate ideas, observations about the films. So there was a point when so it started off as a simple recommendation video, which I think I kind of explained in the first method section. But then I was like, I don't really know, like, I want to recommend all of these films together, but I don't really know exactly what the common theme here is. Like, what actually makes it make sense for me to recommend these particular films. You don't really need to have a shared theme. I could just make a video recommending an arbitrary selection of films. But I felt like something brought them together in my mind. Like, for whatever reason, there was points of contact between those films that made me feel like, yeah, it makes sense. Like, they have something in common. And so then I was like, maybe the video should be about me trying to get to the bottom of what exactly it is that they have in common. And so that kind of is what the video became. But then I was like, well, what if, because all of these films are really kind of slow and contemplative and atmospheric, what if the video itself kind of recreates that atmosphere? So then the question was, how do I do that? Obviously it has to be in the editing. So there's a lot of like really long clips. Usually my videos in more conventional video essays, like you'll have like one clip per sentence. You know, you'll hear the person talking and there'll be some clip over them talking, and then when they finish a point or a sentence, it'll be a different clip. And so the video kind of accompanies the flow of your essay. And it feels more kind of fast-paced. But in that video, I use really long clips to kind of slow down because the way I talk, the way I read, like I'm always naturally kind of fast. And so I made an effort to be kind of more calm and like almost poetic in my enunciation of the script in that one. I don't know if I really succeeded. I think that video is kind of like a half failure, but I think it's unique enough that it's still pretty good. I still kind of like it. And the other idea, and this is why there's those method sections, is that I realized that the process of like looking at these films and kind of figuring out what brings them together, and like making a video about the process, that necessarily kind of puts into question the process of like how we go about talking about art, how we construct essays. And so I've always had this thing, well, not always, but like for like a year or so, I've had this thing where I just don't like writing conventional essays anymore, like linear, boring essays. I think I talked about this in that Akasaka Aka video, where I talk about Oshinoko and Kaguya-sama and all his stuff. I attempted to structure that video differently. I don't think it was a success because I don't think it should have been done in that format. Like I think that video should have been like a live stream or something. So it felt like I was kind of like naturally like talking in a more conversational way. Because in the end, it still felt like an essay that I had like prepared in advance, because obviously it was. But I wanted it to feel more like I was just, okay, let's talk about this aspect of this series. And then like me realizing, oh yeah, but this also connects to this aspect of his other manga. And then kind of like going around, and it's that idea of like the rhizome, the Deleuzian concept of the rhizome, where you like, instead of proceeding from one central argument, and then like going through examples that simply illustrate the argument towards a conclusion. So going from point A to point B. Instead of doing that, you have this kind of volatile format where there's no real starting point and there's no real ending point. There's just observations that all of these observations feed into one another. And as they all feed into one another, they kind of deepen the full picture, and they create the full picture in the process. So like you slowly realize what this video is actually all about. So the Films from the End of the World video kind of does that. Like and that's why I thought the idea of like presenting it as just a recommendation video kind of would allow me to not worry about writing a conventional structured linear essay. I could just be like, it makes sense that this video wouldn't have much of a structure, right? It's just a recommendation video. I'm just going from one film to the next. So then on that basis, I can be more kind of free in the analysis. And so I can talk about this one film, and I'll mention like an aspect of it. We could say a theme, right? Then I talk about a different film. And at first, you don't really know what the connection between these two films are, or why I'm talking about them together in the same video. But maybe I'll mention one thing, and it'll be connected to that theme that I mentioned from the first film. And then slowly but surely, as I go through these films, you realize that there are loads of like, almost like keywords, these common phrases. Like in that video, there are certain phrases, certain words that get repeated. And I don't really emphasize it, but it's like they like echo one another. They mirror each other. And it's almost like it would be better if you could, if the video wasn't like linear, if it could be circular. And that's why the video is literally circular. Like the opening shot of the waves is the same shot that's at the end of the video. So it kind of loops back around on itself like Finnegan's Wake or something. And that's because like I wanted to emphasize the idea that this isn't a linear essay. It's just like you can go round and round through these films, constantly picking up more and more observations that each like resonate with the other films. And you could keep going like that until it builds and builds and builds, and you have this really full picture, this full analysis of what all of these films have in common. So that was the point of that video. And so that was kind of experimental in its structure, in its form. But I've forgotten why I was talking about that. Oh yeah, because you said it also got me thinking about the role of the video essay and the value of experimenting in this. Yeah, so that's why I got a bit meta in that video, because I realized there was like a parallel between between the films themselves and how the filmmakers were how should I put it, had a kind of free approach to making those films, like Helena Whitman. The idea of kind of improvising the film a little bit, like you film all of this, you shoot all of this footage, and you're not really sure what the story is, or like maybe you have a vague idea, but like the order of the individual events and shots, like you just kind of decide in the edit. You kind of find the film in the edit. So a lot of those films are not, like I said in the video, like the images aren't driven by the narrative. It's more like the filmmakers let the images decide what the narrative is going to be. And so that became, that kind of reflected how I was approaching the video itself. I was letting the individual films kind of talk to me and tell me what the video was about. I mean some excerpts from Endless Every Day and the Objects Are Not Perceived. What do you mean? Did I miss a message somewhere, a chat? I don't know what you mean. It's insane that you put so much sophistication on a recommendation video. Yeah. That's how much I just don't want to make conventional videos. But that had more to do with like the kinds of films I was talking about. It felt appropriate to do something different, to talk about those films. When I made those anime recommendation videos or those TV show recommendation videos, like it was kind of an arbitrary selection of shows, so it was just more straightforward. But when I had the idea of making movie recommendations, I thought it would be good to have like a particular theme for each one, talking about a particular kind of film, particular style of film. And I do actually want to continue making those videos. But yeah, I'd have to find an appropriate way to do it, because I can't just repeat the idea of like deconstructing the recommendation video, you know. So I don't think I would present them as recommendation videos. They would just be explorations of a bunch of films that kind of have common themes. And I already have a few ideas for those. But those, again, would be kind of bigger videos, so I'm not going to focus on them straight away. Will you continue to approach video essays with an atypical structure in the future? If so, is there specific stuff we're going to try? Yeah, so this is, I don't know if you've just arrived or not, but like this is kind of what I've been talking about, is like wanting to do more kind of experimental videos on my main channel, and like consistently, so that becomes the identity of my main channel. Is there specific stuff I want to try? Yeah, so this channel here, if you're familiar with these videos or if you want to check them out, I linked to the channel in chat earlier. It's the idea of like, how do you articulate an idea in video form? That's kind of what I'm thinking about. So like I said earlier, you can do like a straightforward video essay, which is literally just a written essay that happens to be produced into a video. But the video aspect doesn't really add that much. You could read it as an essay and it would still function. If you can read it as a written text and it still functions, it doesn't really need to be a video essay. It's not, in the sense that it's not taking advantage of the medium, right? It might just be more entertaining as a video, but that's pretty much it. So what I did with these videos is kind of find ways to articulate ideas and evoke ideas without just stating them in a straightforward voiceover narration. So I juxtapose different elements. For example, this video, this is really simple. This is just lane clips with TTS, like AI TTS, reading quotes from this like sociology book about like social alienation and stuff. But obviously when you hear those quotes, those excerpts, and you see the lane clips, that immediately evokes some kind of association, some kind of connection, and you realize, oh, this strangely actually works as an analysis of lane. But it also like speaks to maybe something you've experienced in life, and speaks to our modern media environment, even though Simmel was talking about like, I think like turn of the century kind of modern like urbanized cities and stuff. It actually resonates with the modern internet kind of generation's experience of alienation that's represented in Serial Experiments Lane. And then this other video is a kind of montage of loads of different clips that all resonate with the ideas that are presented in the quotes that are narrated again via AI TTS in the video. And little bit by little you realize, oh, all of these scenes that we're seeing kind of relate to one another, and they kind of build an argument almost. They, even though the individual anime that I like quote from, that I take clips from, weren't intentionally necessarily about the concept of endless everyday, although some of them kind of are. Altogether, they illustrate the point. They illustrate the point and they evoke the idea in your mind. So it's about finding different ways of articulating ideas in essay form, in video essay form. So that's what this channel was going to be. It was going to be a lot of like shorter videos where I posted like clips, but just even sometimes just like two things. All you need is like a juxtaposition of two elements. So I could have one video that's literally just like one clip from one thing followed by another clip from another thing, and together that juxtaposition might create some kind of meaning, right? It's about finding ways of creating meaning indirectly without stating the meaning yourself. So I thought this channel would be full of like smaller content like that, and from time to time maybe have kind of bigger projects like Endless Everyday. Like a kind of archive of these little montages and collages and stuff. I was talking about posting those excerpts on TikTok. Oh yeah. Actually, that could be. I mean, I don't know if the TikTok like audience would respond to it at all, but like, yeah, showing clips of like anime with like philosophical TTS voiceover. I could see that on TikTok, yeah, in like a short form content for sure. Every time I stream, I take ages to finish my beer. It's crazy. Sounds like what you're striving for is less a direct telling that comes as and more so made to evoke the analysis and the watcher. Yeah. That's pretty much it. But I mean, I do want to like still have those more conventional video essay elements. But I won't just do experimental videos like that, because like I said earlier, I still do also want to kind of practice writing good, solid, concise, entertaining essays. But yeah, I'd like to find a way to also make the editing contribute in some way to the feel of the video, rather than just being a kind of accompaniment. Sounds extremely difficult to construct. Yeah, it is. But also kind of not really. As long as if you have the idea, if you already have the clips in mind that you're going to use, and you have an idea of like the flow of it, it's kind of easy because it like makes editing a lot easier. Like you can just play a clip, like an obscure Godard interview with like cool music over the top, and it immediately creates this cool vibe, even though all you've done is just like played a clip, a pre-existing clip, and put some music over it, and that's your intro of your video. That's literally what I did with what was it, Death of the Image Volume 1. Am I going to find it if I... Yeah, I guess my channel's big enough to find it. Like, great music, a cool and kind of intriguing clip of a French artist speaking on television. That's all you need, and you can do loads of stuff like that, and it just looks cool. It just looks cool, but it's actually not that hard. But you have to have the vision, you have to have the idea beforehand. If you start writing a video and you're like, I don't know how I'm going to edit it yet, and you have to like come up with ideas, it's impossible. You have to have the specific clips and music and everything in mind beforehand. It has to, like, basically the idea has to come from the visuals and everything, rather than the visuals coming from the script.
People today want, especially with art pictures or essay pictures, wants too much explanation. I mean, my picture don't need more explanation than a Steve McQueen picture.
What would you like us to remember?
Even this, I mean, this is like lazy, right? It's a clip from Histoire du Cinéma with me like typing over it, just to tell you that this is a reading, this is not my original writing. I'm reading something. But like, it's a, you know, it's an original, it's a kind of original way of doing a little presentation, a little introduction. I thought that was pretty cool. I think the bit at the end is pretty cool, isn't it? Where did I do the montage? Did I take that out? No, I left it, right? See, this bit's cool. This music got copyright strike though, so I probably shouldn't play it. Itself began to vacillate. Like this montage with the audio from that scene in Certified Copy. So these clips are kind of related to the last sentence of that text that I just read. It ends with when the world begins to vacillate. So I show all of these clips of like the camera in movement, and that text was about the camera in movement. So it's kind of the evolution of that original Lumiere film with the first tracking shot. And these are all clips from films from like the filmmakers that I talk about in the video, with this thematically relevant voiceover from Certified Copy. Yeah, just creating little montages like that. It's very satisfying, and it's a great vibe. And the ending goes into that, I think, yeah, it goes into this fucking scary shit from Philippe Grandrieux's Sombre. Grandrieux's first film, Sombre. Yeah, this video is pretty good, but it's basically just a collection of essays that are like kind of related in their themes and ideas, with like cool kind of interludes and montages in between. But what I've later titled Death of the Image Volume 2, which is The Ecstatic Void, is much more experimental in its like form, in the entire form of the thing, the way the essay is written, I mean. And it's in French, because it happened to come to me in French. The goal is to be the ultimate viber. Kind of, yeah. But for it to be a vibe that like represents my particular aesthetic and style. Love to hear Truffaut talk. Love to hear Truffaut talk. Do you mean Godard? Do I have a video where I show Truffaut talking? Am I tripping? But yeah, so more videos kind of in this vein, but better. And a lot more shorter content as well. I guess that's enough on me talking about fucking my channel and what I want to do with my channel. What else did I want to talk about today? It's been about an hour now. Over an hour. I do like talking about myself, but there's limits. Does anyone have any questions? Anything else they want to ask me about, like my content and stuff? But like, I mean, let's just look at this. Like, oh yeah. By the way, I have a join. I don't know if you've noticed, but you can join now my YouTube channel. You can become a member. And so I had this little preview for my Kubrick video that I posted. You wouldn't be paying to see this 11-second preview, but this was just a little... I had to post some kind of members exclusive content, so I just did this little preview. But yeah, you can join if you want. It's basically the same as my Patreon. If you already have me on Patreon, like, obviously don't bother joining on YouTube. But I just thought, seeing as I'm streaming, I don't know, maybe I should do more with YouTube itself. Give people options to become members if they want. But I'll just be posting like previews for upcoming videos, maybe exclusive like essays and stuff like that. So yeah, if that sounds interesting, consider joining. But yeah, if you just look at my videos, like there's so, like even in the thumbnails, like there's no cohesive identity. I've frequently thought about like redoing all of the thumbnails to give them like a common kind of format, so that they all look like they're from the same channel. But some of them I really like, and like this one. This is one of my favorite thumbnails I've done. And like obviously not all of my thumbnails can look like that, and I don't want to change this thumbnail, so I'll just keep the thumbnails as they are, I guess. I like this. My Evangelion thumbnail. I like this one's pretty cool too, even though I did a terrible job of outlining the silhouettes. But yeah, like look, my Lost videos, this is one of my best videos as well. Again, another kind of like montage. Like what is this? I don't even remember making this, you know? The Utopia video that was going to be like the first part of a 2-part thing that I never finished. Yeah, The Leftovers is my first, technically my oldest video that's still remaining on the channel. Damn. Like all of these, like, I just don't care about these videos anymore, you know? They just feel old to me. it just feels like polluted, you know? It's not the vibe I want to have. But it's okay. Like, as long as I consistently start making videos that have the vibe I want to have, I think it'll be fine. I'll be satisfied. That was a joke. That was obviously good on, since they hated each other. I thought it was funny. I guess irony isn't easily conveyed through chat. But yeah, did they really hate each other? Did they really? It seems like a kind of like ideological falling out that like was maybe more public than it was like personal, if that makes sense. I don't know. I haven't really looked into it. I think if like Truffaut didn't die fairly young and lived long, I think they probably would have made up. Although Godard did seem like a bit of a recluse, so maybe not, I don't know. David Bordwell. Yeah, I was going to talk about David Bordwell. I'll explain in what context in a minute. Do some reading, a little bit of reading. It won't be boring, I promise. It might be boring, okay, but whatever. Is there some metric you want to reach with your channel, or is it more, it is what it is? Metric in terms of like subscribers and viewers and stuff, like, I mean, I would like to do this like full time. I would like to make loads of money off YouTube, or just like enough to live off. I think that would be cool. Like, I enjoy making videos. I spend all my days, sorry, I just got distracted by my notifications. I spend all my time like thinking about art, writing about art, trying to make my own art. So I would love to like just do YouTube full time. And I'm not working at the moment, so like that's why I'm streaming and like thinking about making more videos. So the metric would just be whatever allows me to live off it. That would be great. Like, it doesn't need to be like I get rich off of YouTube. Like, if that was my goal, then I would be making a fucking anime recommendation video every day. But no, I want to be able to live off YouTube making videos that are kind of like, you know, in a style that I'm proud of. And like, there are plenty of channels that are kind of niche and kind of have a niche, obscure tone, like style, but because they're niche, they make a living off of it because nobody else is providing that kind of content. So the people who really like that style are obviously going to be incentivized to contribute, because they want that person to keep making those videos because they're so unique. So I'd like to be able to create that kind of content. But if I make a really just one experimental unique video every 6 months, it's not going to work, is it? So I need to do it more consistently, and that will maybe motivate some of you guys to like support me, because I don't want to be the guy who's like constantly doing calls to action, you know, where I'm like, guys, don't forget to check out the Patreon or whatever. Like, I want people to do it by themselves, but that's not really how it works. So yeah, if any of you have disposable income and you want to really motivate me even more to make more videos, and you like what I do, then do consider contributing, but don't feel obligated to. Uniform thumbnails make it easy for my eyes to glaze over if there's a bunch of them. Yeah, I mean, it makes it so there's less of an individual identity for each video, but it does make it feel less kind of cluttered and eclectic. Are you interested in expanding your analysis towards other types of media? I mean, I already kind of cover like different types of media, don't I? So like, when I'm talking about those more experimental videos, like, they would combine elements. They would be like collages of stuff, like quotes from maybe like philosophical texts. They would have clips from films, maybe anime, maybe some of my own narration. Like, they would combine loads of different elements, and I would therefore be drawing on and talking about different kinds of media. But yeah, I mean, beyond like film, anime, like television, literature, philosophy, like what other kinds of media would I really talk about? I don't know. I'm not going to make a video essay on music because I don't know anything about music, you know. The final letter exchange they had was very fiery. Both went very hard at each other's throats. Quite a delight to read, honestly. Oh, okay. Well, I guess, yeah. I guess maybe they did hate each other's guts. Still right at the end. Which is kind of sad, really, isn't it? It's definitely really, it's sad that like all of the French New Wave guys are dead. Guys and girls are dead. Who's like, are there any? I mean, there are some kind of like second generation French New Wave guys like Luc Moulet, who's still alive. And who I missed an opportunity to meet him, actually. There was a cinema near me where I used to live that was showing some of his films, and he actually came and presented one of them. And I wanted to go, but I think I was busy, or I just couldn't be bothered to at the last minute. And like, I really regret not going to that, because Luc Moulet is like this really like, I don't know, he's this like cute, eccentric old man. He seems like really nice and weird, and I would have really loved to meet him. And he's like pretty old, so I probably won't get another chance to meet him. So I really, I think about that a lot, not going to that. I could have met Quentin Dupieux as well, but I'm less interested in him, so that's okay. But yeah, like, who are the other French New Wave guys? When did Chabrol die? When did Chabrol? 2010. Yeah. Trying to think of other people who are kind of like from that generation. But I mean, it makes sense. It was the 60s. They would have been born in like the 30s or 40s, 20s, 30s, 40s, to be part of that generation. So yeah, obviously they're all pretty much dead now. Damn. And what do we have now? Nothing. Cinema's dead. There's nothing going on. Lelouch, Claude Lelouch. He still. Would he be considered French? Let me think about it. Let me look at his films. I don't know if I've seen it. Have I seen any Lelouch films? I haven't. I haven't even seen any of his films. But let's look at his earliest. What are his what are his major films? Oh wow, he just made a film. That looks. I'm not liking the poster. It's a Kev Mead film. What does he come to? Yeah, I mean, I guess he's kind of from that generation, yeah. But maybe not quite the same reputation, I guess. This is his most popular film. Yeah, I don't really know anything about Lelouch. I guess I know he's one of those filmmakers that I've heard about, but like I've never really investigated. Um, who? Wait. Vecchielli's still alive. But what generation? Oh no, wait, he died. He died last year? Okay. Well, I guess he's not still alive. Damn. But he's kind of... I'm pretty sure he's kind of from that. Yeah. And he's the same, like, I haven't seen any of his films. There's a bunch that I want to see, though. Like, I'm really intrigued by his films. I think I'll probably like his films. But yeah, he's kind of from around there as well. Although I guess he only really got started in the 70s. But yeah, they're all dying out. It's sad. I do think of like the state of film. I was just reading this, I have this book of like, it's a collection of texts by this French film critic, Michel Mourlet, who's not as well known as his French New Wave Cahiers du Cinéma colleagues, although he did write an article for Les Cahiers once, and he kind of butt heads a little bit with like Rivette and all that. But he's a very interesting critic. I don't always agree with him. I'm kind of frustrated sometimes by some of his opinions, but his underlying like philosophy about film is like very interesting and kind of connects with some of my thoughts as well. And he has very interesting taste, like very original taste in film. And so I've been reading this book of his, and there's one article in that book that's about like cinephilia and like what it means to be a cinephile. And like he was like, at the time he wrote that article, I think in the 80s or 90s, he was like lamenting that like modern cinephiles aren't really doing anything like his generation used to do. They used to like discover new filmmakers and films and like fight for them and like write about them, and there was like a drive to explore cinema and like and represent it in some way and talk about it. And over the years it just kind of became like collecting favorites and like writing lists, and like it lost what it used to be like in the 50s and 60s. And I was thinking now, like nowadays, what is like cinephilia? And I was just thinking about like Letterboxd and like Twitter, and I was also thinking about like modern film. Like if I was to do what that generation did for certain like overlooked filmmakers and like bring them into the light, that's what like the French New Wave guys did with a lot of filmmakers. They completely changed those filmmakers like reputations and like and kind of discovered them in a way. I was thinking like, are there any like working filmmakers that I could do that with as like a cinephile, like actually be like an active force and like bring to light an obscure but brilliant filmmaker? And I just don't see anyone like in this current generation of filmmakers. Like there are maybe like people doing like interesting experimental work, what's his name, Eduardo Williams is a filmmaker who I think like represents something kind of new and of this age, of this time, and I really want to see his like I really want to see his new film. But he's making films that really seem to embody like the modern media environment in a way that's interesting and like pertinent. So he's someone that I would like champion, I guess. But in terms of like mainstream filmmakers or like non-experimental filmmakers, there's like, I feel like there's nothing going on. The only working filmmakers I like are like kind of old, and not necessarily in their prime. Like I don't know, like Kiyoshi Kurosawa, Hong Sang-soo is a better example because his style has like evolved and it's kind of crystallized into a particular method. So there's always something to say about his new films. So Hong Sang-soo might be the best example, but there are loads of people who already like him, and he's already an acclaimed filmmaker. And obviously maybe just the landscape is different. Maybe it was easier to find a lesser known or not really appreciated filmmakers in the 50s and 60s or whatever. Now it's our exposure to the medium is completely different, so obviously it wouldn't be the same. But yeah, just in terms of mainstream filmmakers, I'm completely disinterested. I don't know, I don't know if you can really be an active cinephile nowadays. As being a cinephile is just having a Letterboxd account and color curating your favorites list or whatever. It's just about collecting favorites and crafting your own identity out of your media preferences and stuff. It's just it's weird. I don't like it. So I want to try and create a new way of interacting with cinephilia and what it means, and doing criticism. But it's I have to think about it some more. Oh really? Nicholas Winding Refn. I mean, I guess, yeah, he's kind of a controversial filmmaker, so he's worth defending, I guess. I don't know. Is he doing anything that interesting? I appreciated his shows that he did, his TV series. Although I haven't finished the second one, the most recent one he did. But I really enjoyed the kind of rhythm, the pacing, and the atmosphere of those. But his films, I don't know. And that's the thing, I was just about to say, how would you even go about defending him? What would you say? But I feel it's hard to even say anything about artists nowadays. The way discourse, criticism, and all that works on the internet in this new media landscape, this environment, is so different from what it used to be that it almost feels futile. That's why I'm thinking about finding different ways of interacting with art, different kinds of ways of making essays and stuff. Because I feel we're still trying to do the old way of talking about art and doing discourse and having opinions and takes. But it's a different media world, a different world, a different media environment. And so all of these old forms of discourse just crash against against this new world, and they just don't really get anywhere. There's just this constant state of war, discourse war, that goes nowhere. And maybe old discourse didn't accomplish anything either, but yeah, I think we need to find new ways of talking about or interacting with art that are appropriate for this new media landscape. I need to stop saying media landscape and media environment. I need to find a new synonym. Yeah, but how would you position yourself? Would you be saying this is what people misunderstand about his style and that's why they don't like him? Or how do you position? And no matter what you do, you just oh, that's, even if you write something good, it's oh, that's good. But it just kind of gets swallowed up into into the void. I mean, it's the same with everything, obviously. Everything gets swallowed up into the void. But yeah. I think a lot about, like, Walter Benjamin's, what we refer to as his Arcades project, his unfinished magnum opus, and how he was, like, went about writing that, and his method, and the, like, collage feel, you know, of that text. We don't know what it would have looked like in its, like, final form, but it was kind of like a collection of notes and quotes and references to things, and, like, this, like, maelstrom, this whirlwind of ideas that revolved around a central topic, which were the Parisian arcades in the 19th century. But just, like, finding something like that, a new approach, a new method that explicates art or explicates things without just retreating back to the tired conventional way of talking about things that clearly doesn't really do anything. Like, you can express your opinion and other people may agree with it or may find it insightful, and that might change some people's minds. But I feel like, I don't know what I'm saying, really. Should we stop doing that? I don't know, but I feel like there should be some people who are doing something different, I guess, is what I'm saying. Finding different ways of explicating art and the world. So you mentioned David Bordwell earlier. So he is in the title of the stream, I guess. So I should probably talk about him. So I was talking about starting to make try Virtual World or Cyberscape. Yeah, I'll just call it the Cyberscape from now on. Garel, but he's dead, isn't he? Oh no. Isn't Garel Senior dead now? No. Oh no, he's not dead, is he? He got cancelled. He got cancelled, so I thought he was dead. But yeah, he's from that generation. Yeah. What was his latest film? Le Grand Charlot. Yeah, I need to get into his films as well. But yeah, let's move on to David Bordwell. Calling it discourse is generous. It's just talk with no greater purpose than to be heard, divorced from any greater context to encourage further discussion beyond just, yep, I agree, or no, wrong. Yeah, that's true, but I think, I'm not sure that the other kind of discourse actually exists. That's the thing. I don't know if it actually works or accomplishes anything. You know, don't think there's really a way to filter talk to a discourse, though. Go between the two with two diametrically opposed purposes. Yeah. He's dead online now. Yep. Too bad. So I was reading some David Bordwell, his book on narration in fiction film. So Bordwell, if you don't know, David Bordwell is one of the best film theorists, best writers on film form. Very insightful, very clear and concise. Someone whose writing I really appreciate. But the reason I'm reading this particular book, or at least this chapter of his book, is for one of those shorter video essays that I mentioned wanting to make in the near future. So I just had this idea for a video that talks about both Ozu and Bresson. Bresson being Bresson and Ozu being two of my favourite filmmakers, and both of which I had in mind the idea of making these big, in-depth videos about each of their works. A big video on Ozu, a big video on Bresson. Of course, videos that I will never make, like I was saying earlier. But I realized that there's one observation, a similar observation that I had about both of their films. So I thought, why not just make a shorter, maybe like 10-minute video essay talking about that particular point, and I would, use both Ozu and Bresson as examples. And it has to do with their style. And so what I'm going to be referring to here as the parametric style, or the parametric form of narration. So this is coined by Bordwell. This is a Bordwell concept. So in this book, he's talking about different kinds of narration in film, as the title suggests, and one of them is parametric narration. Now, to do a quick kind of overview, the idea is basically that there are certain films where the style, the visual presentation, seems in a way divorced from the content. Or at least, it's almost like the filmmakers decided that there was something technical, something formal they wanted to do, regardless of the subject of the film, regardless of the content of the film. And you can't really analyze the form by seeing it as a reflection of the content. So to explain that, I'll give one example here, specific quote that he says. So he was talking about Vivre sa vie, the Godard film, and how that film is constructed around, like, each section is a different way of shooting. Let's see, how does he put it? Let me find the Vivre sa vie section. Am I blind? Okay. I'll just read this little section here. Vivre sa vie announces itself as a film in 12 episodes. Each episode includes one or more scenes and is bracketed off by fades and numbered intertitles. At the level of visual style, each segment is characterized by one or more variants on possible camera-subject relations. In the credits sequence, Nana is presented in 3 close-up views, one of her left profile, blah blah blah. This announces the theme of varying camera figure orientations. In the first episode, the camera presents Nana talking with her husband. Both are framed from the rear. This completes the circuit around her begun during the credits and emphasizes that in the film's narrative, Nana's spatial relations with her surroundings will function as material for the stylistic variants. So the idea is that the film is constructed around each section being shot with a different, as he puts it, different variant on possible camera-subject relations. So a different way of positioning the camera with respect to Nana, the main character. So this is like a formal, almost like a gimmick, right? Like the filmmaker was like, okay, I want to try out doing this thing with the form. And what Bordwell later will argue is that, like, this formal decision doesn't really, like, track with the thematic content of the narrative. Like, it wouldn't really make sense to say, I think let me find the section where he says specifically, so a skeptic a skeptic cannot deny the stylistic organization of the film. That the stylistic organization of the film exhibits these features. So the fact that it's constructed on these variants of positioning of the camera with respect to the actor. The problem is what to do with them, what to do with these features, how to interpret them. Someone might claim that they are just ornamentation, but this would be like saying that rhythm and rhyme merely embellish a poem. The exhaustive way in which these stylistic alternatives are presented in the film would militate against their being simply filler material. Granted that these stylistic patterns are present and important, the critic is tempted to read them, to assign them thematic meanings. My skeptic might posit that Vivre sa vie is about the problem of communication, and therefore the stylistic devices can be taken as symbolizing the distance between people, or to take a currently fashionable interpretive line, perhaps Vivre sa vie is actually about cinema. On this account, the filmmaker's ambivalent relation to his medium is represented through a varied camera handling. Such interpretive moves seek to insert parametric narration into the art cinema mode. So what he calls the art cinema mode is a way of filmmaking and a way of interpreting films where the visual style kind of symbolizes and represents and is analogous to the narrative content. So if you have like a Dutch angle, a scene that's shot with a Dutch angle that represents the like confused or anxious mental state of the character in the scene. So that would be like the art cinema mode. Yet although films like Vivre sa vie are made and seen within the art cinema institution, it does not follow that they answer to the sort of symbolic readings we have seen art cinema narration solicit. The urge, so this is the important part that kind of summarizes it, the urge to read stylistic effects in this way must also be traced to a broader tendency, that of assuming that everything in any film, or any good film, must be interpretable thematically. Thematization of this sort typically loses the specificity of a film's narrational work. Every stylistic element gets read the same way. Long shots unite characters, cuts divide them, vertical lines isolate or split a character, horizontal lines evoke freedom, points of view shots create power relations by making one character the object of another's look. So basically, he's presenting this parametric narration as going against the grain of thematic interpretation of visual style. So, for example, in this scene, right, well, he gives two examples, and one is from an Ozu film. So there's this match cut, and Ozu does this a lot, where there's the reverse shots between characters in dialogue, where they're framed exactly the same way. So what does he say here? Finally, consider the graphic match of two schoolboys playing with a globe in Ozu's What Did the Lady Forget? The similarities of composition across the cut create a much more precise graphic match than in the previous example, and these cuts are not whoa. Take a breather, dude. These cuts are not explicable on art cinema or historical materialist grounds. Unless one contends that the cuts present a narrational commentary that the boys are somehow alike. So that would be one kind of thematic reading, right? Like, the reason it's a match cut and the reason they're framed exactly the same way is because they're the same, like they're alike. The problem is, though, that there's plenty of other scenes shot exactly this way in other Ozu films and other scenes in Ozu films that could not really be interpreted that way. So it's obviously not like a thematic reasoning for why Ozu chooses to shoot his films in this way. it's a formal approach, a practice. That's kind of detached from the content of the film, but still kind of frames it in a way. And that's going to be what I'll talk about in my video, so I won't go too deep into that. But yeah, so this is, I'll make reference to Bordwell in the video, and this is kind of the idea that I find interesting here, because Ozu obviously definitely has a parametric style, right? He has a style that is almost the same in all of his films. It's like as long as, like, any two scenes that are kind of similar will be shot in the exact same way. Like, he has a way of shooting indoor, like, family scenes of two family members in, like, the living room just chatting. He has a way of shooting, like, two characters at a bar talking. His style is so uniform, so systematic, that you understand that, like, it's not supposed to symbolize or represent the specific thematic content of the individual films, because the content is different each time, but the style remains the same. Although, to be fair, the content is very similar each time, but still, the style is so systematic that it's obviously just a formal practice. It's parametric. There are parameters to it, and Bordwell will cite. Went French there for a second. Will cite Bresson as an example of this kind of filmmaking as well. So the point of my video will be to explore this approach and explain how, despite choosing to film their films with a kind of systematic approach that always kind of looks the same, no matter what they're filming, they managed to actually, in spite of this and almost because of this, emphasize and accentuate difference. So it's sameness, it's all shot the same way, but because it's all sameness, those few moments that are kind of like breaks in the system, in the parameters, they shine even brighter, like they stand out even more because they're different in an ocean of similarity. So that's kind of the idea of this shorter video I'll be making, and that I've already started writing, and it probably could be like written within a couple days, and like I definitely want to have it at least finished, like have the script at least finished by the end of the week, so it could be out like very early on next week, I think. Let me have a look at chat. What have I missed? One modern filmmaker that has caught my attention is Sean Baker. He isn't mind-blowing, but I like his taste for storytelling. I also really want to check out Joachim Trier and Hamaguchi stuff. So Trier, I haven't seen his films. I'm not too interested. Sean Baker, I actually watched like some of the Florida Project, but I never finished it for some reason. And yeah, he seems like good enough. I don't know. He hasn't made that many films yet, so it's hard to form a grand opinion. But salut Alexandre, ça va? Tu suis bien tout ce que je dis, hein? J'espère que tu prends des notes. Il y aura un contrôle la prochaine fois qu'on se voit. But yeah, Sean Baker I'm interested in, but he definitely has that kind of like indie Sundance like aesthetic that kind of puts me off a bit. But yeah, I mean, neither of those, like none of those, even Hamaguchi, like loads of people really like Hamaguchi for some reason. His films that I've seen, I haven't seen his, I am intrigued by his last film. I do want to see it. But his films that I've seen are just like, I mean, I just really didn't like them. I didn't like Drive My Car. I didn't like Tales of what's it called? Tales of Fortune and Fantasy, or whatever the fuck it's called, which was just like a Hong Sang-soo Romer ripoff. Like, I just don't get it. I want to see Asako 1 and 2, I think it's called. I'm intrigued by that one, but like, yeah, I just haven't vibed with his stuff at all. I feel like people are really pushing this guy, but he doesn't seem too special to me. But like, yeah, I still want to watch his last film though. But yeah, none of those are filmmakers that like I feel like, I don't know, maybe there's not much room to like, maybe it's harder to make like revolutionary mainstream cinema, like narrative cinema nowadays. Obviously, we're like over a century into the medium's existence. In the 40s, 50s, it was much easier to isolate and single out filmmakers who were doing things kind of differently. But yeah, so outside of like experimental cinema, and even there I'm not sure there's that much interesting stuff going on. I just feel like I don't know who to look at, you know, as a new and interesting voice in cinema. The Worst Person in the World, yeah, that was, I think, his most recent film, right? That looks bad to me. I don't know. It looks kind of annoying. Yeah. So anyway, like, yeah, if you have any more thoughts and questions in chat, don't hesitate. I'm just gonna do like a tiny bit of reading, a bit of research for this video. So don't mind me. I will get to your questions, don't worry. What do you think about Michael Haneke? I used to be a big Haneke guy. I used to be really into his films. Nowadays, I'm not too interested in his work because I'm kind of more interested in the filmmakers that he's like riffing on, you know, like your Bressons, even your like Straub and Huillet. I would say I don't know if he's ever explicitly mentioned them as an influence, but his style kind of definitely feeds on their like approach, I would say. But then again, they're, you know, influenced by Bresson, so it makes sense. It's the Bresson lineage that I talked about in the Ecstatic Void video. But yeah, I mean, his films are like interesting, like, but I feel like they're kind of redundant. Like a lot of his films are kind of redundant and miss the mark a little bit. But his earlier films, like, my favorite of his is probably The Seventh Continent, and I like Code Unknown quite a bit. And I mean, Cachet is good. I used to really like The Piano Teacher. But yeah, I mean, these are films that I don't really think about that much anymore, you know? Like, I'm very kind of like in the moment, like whatever filmmakers interest me right now, and they're my favorites, essentially. And Haneke is not a filmmaker I think about that much anymore. I think he's kind of like a gateway drug into more interesting cinema. Yeah, Cachet is good. So, I kind of stopped here, I think. And this is where I discovered this little phrase, horror vacui, which is the fear of like emptiness, empty spaces in Latin, which is a phrase I'd never heard before. But it's really interesting because he uses this. So he says, possessed of horror vacui, the interpretive critic clings to theme in order to avoid falling into the abyss of arbitrary style and structure. So he's saying that like these kinds of thematic interpreters, they have this fear of like emptiness. So they feel like they have to explain, they have to justify, is probably a better word. They have to like thematically and narratively justify every stylistic decision, every formal decision. And that, like, wanting to interpret art and understand art and like read into it, like, I think it's a good impulse, it's a good drive, but like it's good to like understand that there are other levels to art aside from just like seeing the entire form as just symbolizing the content, right? It's a very restrictive and kind of undialectical view of form-content relation, you know? And so, like, so what Baldwell is talking about here is, like, focusing more on form as its own thing in and of itself. I feel like I'm guilty of that. I mean, yeah, we're all guilty of that. Like, 99% of like video essays on art that even like talk about form at all, including like a lot of mine, like fall into that approach of like this stylistic decision was made in order to represent this like character beat or theme or whatever. And to be fair, like that's like a fair analysis. Like you can do that. It's just that you shouldn't maybe only be doing that, and you shouldn't like try to over-explain every single detail using that. I'm already losing my voice again. Using that approach. You need to like go beyond that and begin to see form as like its own driving force. Like, I was thinking about this, and I think I like even wrote like a Twitter thread about this one time, because there's this thing that Peter Greenaway does in A Z and Two Noughts, which is a fucking brilliant film, by the way. So there's a thing that Peter Greenaway does in A Z and Two Noughts, which is that he tried to, I can't remember how many, but he tried to come up with a certain number, like 20 different ways of lighting a scene, basically. And so throughout the film, like you wouldn't really notice it unless you had heard that that's what he was doing in the film. But throughout the film, like there are 20 different ways to light a scene. And this is like, why? Like, why do that? And there's no answer. There's no like thematic or narrative reason. Like, there's no thematic connection between finding different ways of lighting scenes and the themes of like death and evolution and like symmetry and all that are actually in the film's narrative. And even in the rest of the film's visual style. Like, this decision to find different ways of lighting scenes was a purely formal experiment, right? Style is seen as a means to an end and not an end in itself. Yeah, basically. I mean, style is always going to be a means to some kind of end, right? Like, it's always going to be done to produce some kind of effect. But the problem is seeing the end as being thematic, right? Narrative. Like, the visual is just the accompaniment to the narrative. Isn't it the same if style is a means to an end? Because the style communicates something regardless. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're agreeing with what I just said. I think so. Yeah, it's always a means to an end. Like there's always a point, right? It's always trying to produce an effect, but it's the idea of like not reducing that effect down to the other aspect of the film, which is the narrative. There's something more that can be accomplished, and I'll obviously be talking about what that thing is in that video on Ozu and Bristle. What else is being accomplished? But yeah, and Peter Greenaway does loads of things like this because he has this. He comes from like a tradition of like structural film and like just experimenting with the form, and just like doing strange like combinatorics, you know. Like what if we structured a film where in every shot there's a number, like stuff like that. So he's an interesting example of like a kind of parametric style, I guess. So yeah, what was I? Oh yeah, I was going to read a little bit. But oh yeah, I was going to say the other kind of horror vacui, which is not to do with like insightful thematic analysis, but it's to do with the kind of content that we see a lot of on the internet nowadays, which is, you know, those kinds of like every Easter egg in The Acolyte, or so-and-so's ending explained, or like that way of like that really fucking dog shit, like shitty content, where every piece of media is like this a resource to be exploited for like shitty content, shitty YouTube videos and articles and stuff. That you could say that's another kind of like trying to read into everything, but it's trying to read into everything not in a kind of sincere analytical effort and trying to understand the themes and the ideas of the narrative of the film, but in a more commercial way where like everything has to be connected, especially with like franchise films, obviously, where there are all these Easter eggs and references to the other films in the franchise. So the horror vacui becomes, by the way, I'm probably mispronouncing vacui. I don't know my Latin pronunciation. But that need for everything to be meaningful, but meaningful only insofar as it points us back to a different entry in the franchise, and so it's all about the commercial flow. I kind of talked about this a little bit in that video I did on flow, on televisual flow and Disney, and I can't remember what it's called, Disney's Flow or something like that. So yeah, that's a new kind of media like interpretation and analysis that's been born in this like internet, like commercial internet age, where you're only reading into something in order to point back to another movie in the franchise, in order so that the franchise can get more popular and make more money, and it's just like you become part of this circuit, this like fake interpretive circuit. You basically work for Disney or whatever. But it's funny because it's kind of like the flip side, because people are more and more incapable of, you know, people are always saying that nobody has like media literacy anymore. So like people are more and more incapable of interpreting things and like reading into things, but they're more and more capable of like being aware of the let's say the franchise dimension, the franchise aspect of a work, and how it might commercially like lead into another work, you know. It's crazy how like intelligence works. Like there are different kinds of like intelligences. People can be really intelligent for the purpose of finding all the Easter eggs and references in a movie or whatever, but not interpretive in the sense of like actually saying anything insightful about the aesthetics of a film or anything like that. I guess it has to do with education and how like the cyberscape shapes us and like conditions us to experience media in a particular way. It would be that each film will tell you how to read it and interpret it. Yeah, I mean, obviously each work of art is different. Although that's the thing is, like, it's hard to get to that point where the film like tells you how to read it, right? Because you're always kind of coming in with a bias or a particular framework. So yeah, it's hard to kind of find a way to eliminate that pre-existing framework, that habit of how you usually try to analyze media, and like open yourself up to the way this particular work of art was constructed. And you can only really do that, I think, if you become more aware of like different ways of making art and different ways of thinking about art. Most people just genuinely do not have like a formal understanding of art at all. For most people, the form is just like the icing on the cake. It's just a means to an end, like you said. But like understanding form as a way of like opening up your experience. Like the form is what opens you up to a particular new mode of being, and that's what like art is all about. It's like you have to like completely change your way of understanding art before you're able to go into analyzing art with a different mindset or framework. Studio Ursat's explained a secret channel with a Japanese name and other Easter eggs. Yeah, I mean, you guys should make a video explaining Studio Ursat's cinematic universe. Would you say that, for example, the way people try to defend The Last Jedi is an example of trying to justify everything with a theme and clinging to it? I don't know. I'm not that familiar with the ways in which people try to defend The Last Jedi. I mean, I guess you'd have to say what are the ways in which people criticize The Last Jedi, first of all? Because there's as much like bad faith and bad analysis on that side, probably, right? So people, mostly from what I've heard in the past, criticized The Last Jedi on grounds of like how it interacted with past Star Wars films, how it kind of like rejected a lot of the core, like, how could we put it, artifacts of like the Star Wars lore and the Star Wars, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like the property, you know, how it rejected all of that in the name of a kind of a shallow subversion, and sprinkle on a bit of like woke stuff, and that's basically kind of like the main criticism of The Last Jedi, right? And so the reaction against that, people trying to defend it, I guess, are talking about like, and how it destroys like the character of Luke, I guess, and stuff like that. But yeah, basically destroying what people hold dear in Star Wars, destroying the kind of myth and legend of Star Wars and the sanctity of Star Wars. And how do people defend it? By saying that those decisions are justified thematically within that film? Is that how people defend it? I mean, like I say, like, I'm not rejecting thematic analysis. Like, it can be appropriate, and especially with a film like that, where the form is like kind of incidental. I mean, it's just style, right? Like The Last Jedi is just style. But here we're not really talking about analyzing the form, right? We're talking about people defending the narrative specifically. I don't think there's that much to say about the form, the style. So every YouTuber should read against interpretation? No. Yeah, I already said, like, yeah. No, you should say whatever you think is insightful about a work of art. But if your readings are very limited, you should probably try to open yourself up to other ways of viewing art. Which is actually a good segue into something else I wanted to say. Another kind of idea of something I could do probably on stream, and something I've been wanting to do for a while, which is something like my working title in my mind for this project is The State of the Art of Criticism. And I wanted to like go into and explore and critique like the way people talk about media online, the way people critique media online. So this would be a critique, an actual critique in the sense of like exploring all of the aspects of a given subject, not a critique in the sense of me just shitting on a bunch of bad YouTubers. But like I don't know, I'm really interested in like, because there are certain widespread kind of schools of thought, right, in YouTube media criticism. The way, I wouldn't just focus on YouTube, but like I come from YouTube, like watching, I'm sure a lot of you guys watch a lot of YouTube media criticism as well. And there are certain kinds of it, right? There's that kind of red letter media, like negative, exhaustive, like in-depth critique of a given film and stuff like that, like YMS, Mauler, that Mauler guy. I never watched any of his videos, but he seems to be like the culmination, the apogee of that kind of YouTuber. There's that kind of critique. There's like what I call the Tumblr academics, the Tumblr academics who do like kind of video essays, like woke video essays, where they like film themselves like drinking tea or wine, and like kind of like gossiping about about a show, and like reading really deep into like a CW show, because it's something they used to be really into when they were like 14, and they still really enjoy it, but now they have like all of this theoretical and political knowledge that they feel the need to read into it. That's another kind of media criticism on YouTube, and I'd really like to do a kind of a big, thorough exploration of it and really get to the bottom of like what are the underlying philosophical, like critical principles that are at the foundation of these different approaches, right? And where did they come from? Maybe explore the history of it, but like really just critique them, like, because obviously people like YMS and stuff like that, they're not thinking about what their critical principles and their underlying aesthetic philosophy is, right? They just have opinions that they feel strongly about. They have things that annoy them in media, and so they critique them. But obviously, in any kind of critique, there's underlying assumptions. If you say this movie is bad because the dialogue isn't realistic, you are assuming, or your underlying assumption, presupposition, is that dialogue should be realistic. But I can just ask, why should dialogue be realistic? And then you have to go a level deeper and explain why realism is something art should strive for. Stuff like that. And it's kind of explore, I keep saying explore, kind of investigate. Where are my synonyms? Investigate like those unconscious, unintentional, like underlying principles that these different critics kind of follow without even really thinking about. That's something I'd really like to do. The whole media literacy meme seems to be about one's ability to explain a film like ChatGPT would. Yeah, I mean, people who say like media literacy are literally fucking midwits. It's just one of those like stock responses against people who like have the most like shallow reactions to media, like, oh no, like this character said something racist, I don't know if I can watch this show anymore. And someone will respond like, oh my god, dude, like fucking Zoomers have no media literacy. They can't differentiate between like what a character in a show is saying and what the show as a whole is saying. Like, it's completely different. And it's like, yeah. The thing is, like, the people who say stuff like that, like, they're kind of right, but they're right in such a superficial and like stupid way that like you don't even need to say this stuff. Like, those people annoy me more than the people who actually say really dumb, media illiterate things about media. Oh, I meant the Susan Sontag essay. Oh, okay. So every YouTuber should read Against Interpretation. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess I haven't read. I read some of that essay like ages ago. I think I read it for like a video I was going to do. I don't know if I ever read all of it, so I don't really remember. I don't know if I agree with like the points she makes in that essay or not. But yeah, probably something along those lines. A critique of critiques, and then do a plot summary of every YouTube video essay, starting with part 1, early cinema. Yeah. 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 That's the other kind of video essay. Yeah, it's just people summarizing a show. It's like, wow, dude, I did a fucking 9-hour video essay on this show. And you kind of skim through the video and you're like, oh, it's like an episode by episode breakdown with like slight observations and like impressions. But yeah. Hey Weeb Crew, anyway. I don't know which one of you it is, but it's cool to see you here. I'd love to come on the podcast one day, but I'm very shy, and yeah, I need to like work. At the moment, I want to kind of work on my own content, but like, I really love your guys' podcast and stuff. So, it's cool to see you here. By the way, it sounded like I just said that like out of nowhere. Like, I'd love to be on the podcast, but I'm too busy. Even though like you haven't asked me to be on. For everyone else in chat, like they did like at one point ask me to be on the podcast. I wasn't just assuming that I had an invitation to the podcast. Sorry, I missed a chat. The problem with most YouTube channels is that they never do anything. They just talk about the plots in detail and single out things they subjectively find bad. Yeah. So yeah. The red letter Mr. Plinkett kind of thing. Yeah. So that's kind of the baseline model for a lot of those negative critiques. Is just like it's basically focused on like plot holes and problems they have with like character motivation, stuff like that, and it's always the same thing. It's very, very surface level, superficial critiques. Seeing form as its own thing is only the first step to appreciate art. I don't think it's a thing that's absent from the majority, because people who have been to museums to see paintings or sculptures definitely have some understanding of appreciating style as its own thing. It's just that for widespread entertainment now, people can't help but cling on to the plot and themes without seeing what's behind those concepts, what's at the core of expression, and what you see in the work itself that reflects upon you stylistically. Yeah, so it's mostly to do with like narrative media for sure, where people like don't really focus on form or just see it as like stylistic icing on the cake, as I said. But what you say with respect to like other art and like people being exposed to maybe even like formally experimental art, and obviously appreciating it to some extent, or understanding that the form isn't just a representation of content. Like, yeah, that's true. Like, obviously people are open to it with certain art forms, but even then I would say that like, but I mean, this is a different point that I didn't make originally, so you're right to bring it up. But like, even then I would say that people have a very shallow understanding of that form, right? Like, people might see an impressionistic painting or something and be like, oh, that's nice, it's just visually pleasant, right? They're not thinking about, obviously they're not trying to understand the thematic justification for the impressionism. But there's a different kind, the flip side of that coin is a different kind of like ignorance, which is just like accepting the form as this like pleasant little thing that you enjoy, you'd like to hang on your wall or whatever, and having no like deeper historical context maybe for understanding the form, no understanding of the medium. I mean, that's the problem with like museum culture in general, right? Like, seeing works of art as just this like thing to go see, almost like a place to visit, a landscape to see, and having no deeper interaction with it. That's also actually something I want to talk about in depth. I have a very Heideggerian view on that. It's Mumi, glad you've been enjoying our stuff, been enjoying the stream while wrapping up at work. Cool. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm new to this, so I don't know how like entertaining these streams are, but I'm getting a taste for it. Like, I understand streamers now. It's actually really fun to interact with chat and just like chat shit for 3 hours. Thoughts on Tatami Galaxy? Well, that came out of nowhere, but any chat is a good chat. I love Tatami Galaxy, but it's one of those shows that like I haven't rewatched in ages, and but I mean, I don't see my opinion changing on it. It's great. I haven't seen the sequel yet, that Time Machine one. I watched like the first episode when it came out, but I never finished it. Was that any good? It seemed pretty much like kind of more of the same. But yeah, I'm a big Tatami Galaxy fan, and I don't really have many thoughts on it though. I don't really see myself like making a video about it or anything. On the other hand, we can't blame YouTubers for being shallow when most products companies distribute are just that, products. Most people aren't really exposed to art and most find it boring. Yeah, I mean, that's the landscape we live in. That's why I think I tweeted this once, like, people getting annoyed at people saying like consuming art or consuming media. Like, why are you getting mad at it? Like, that is how we interact with art. Like, it's consumption. Like, we consume products. Like, you might think that you have like a superior, like more authentic relationship with art that's not commercial or whatever, but like fundamentally it's like the medium is the message, man. Like, the way we interact with art is decided by the media environment, and we all are consumers of art, you know. Very few of us like the alternative people say is like the way I experience a work of art rather than consume it. Very few of us truly experience works of art, I think, because we're not like primed for it. We're not conditioned for it. Like all of us who have like these social media accounts and like letterboxed accounts where we do like lists and favorites and stuff like that, or even worse, the taboo giving ratings to things. Like you can't pretend to have like a pure relationship with art when you're like rating stuff. Like that way of viewing art is like so ingrained, so fundamental that you don't even realize how fucking weird and fucked up the idea of assigning a rating to a work of art is. But maybe I should leave the ratings rant for another time. Yeah, you kind of have to bridge both. The deeper understanding of the form comes from exposure and cultivating, reflecting on your experiences. Yeah. I think the middle ground would be to analyze the product as a product and critique it from a larger cultural, philosophical, and political point of view. Yeah, I mean that would be the materialist analysis, which would be about always kind of grounding yourself and positioning the work in its proper kind of context. Yeah, funnily enough, like that comment just reminded me of like another kind of shorter video that I want to make about the anime series Heybot. If you don't know what Heybot is, it's like a kids show that's made to like advertise these toys that are these like it's very weird, but they're like these what's the word I'm looking for? Fuck, what are they called? What is Heybot? Screws is the word I'm looking for. It's basically this toy where you combine like these things like screw into one another, and they like it produces like wordplay. Like there are different words on each screw, and like you make jokes out of them. It's a very strange toy, very Japanese, very linguistic, and Heybot is like. I'm going to say it, guys. I'm going to say the D word. It's kind of a deconstruction of like toy commercial anime series. No, but it's a show that's like very aware of the fact that it's supposed to be a toy commercial. And so it like parodies that and it kind of plays it up, and it's very, very like over the top and loud. I can see some people finding it really annoying, but for me the comedy like really works in the show. But it's a show that I haven't finished it yet. But every time I watch an episode, I'm like, damn, this shit is so good. And it's a show that you could really easily apply a kind of like political, like philosophical, like framework to, like analyze it in a really like insightful way, because it like explicitly comments on its function as a toy commercial. And like the main character is like obsessed with the screws, like fetishizes them. And so then you can go into this whole like fucking Lacanian Marxist discourse about like commodity fetishism and stuff. And so I wanted to make a video kind of about that like toy commercial aspect of anime, and how certain like anime like artists and directors and writers try to kind of comment on that aspect of that inherent aspect of their medium, like Tomino with Gundam. He's had some comments where he's talked about that side of Gundam, and like obviously what he does with the giant robot in Gundam and other series, and what other kind of real robot shows did at the time is a very like interesting way of positioning the toy, right? The robot is a toy, and positioning it as this political military object that is dangerous, and it's a weapon, and placing it within the context of these kind of political narratives. That's an interesting way of undercutting or commenting on the toy commercial aspect of anime. And so I was going to talk about that. I was going to talk about Heibot, mainly Heibot, but also kind of Minky Momo, and the whole thing about, Minky Momo being like killed off because of the whole sponsor thing. So that's an idea I've had for a while now. I'd like to make that, but I need to finish watching Heibot, and it's like 50 episodes long. So I need to like binge it or something. But I think that would be a pretty cool video. But like, I fear that with that video, it'd probably end up being like fairly long. That probably wouldn't be a short video. It'd probably be like a mid-length video, like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, something like that. Holy shit, Heibot video. David Mann would be stoked. I mean, I don't know who David Mann is, but if he's a Heibot fan, he's a friend of mine. That show's great. Honestly, just anyone, go watch Heibot. It's like really good. I can see a defense of ratings as they can simply convey easily how much you enjoy, connect with the work. Yeah. Before I read the rest of that sentence, that first section is exactly the like defense, the justification that like annoys me and that like I would rant against. I think I've already written a thread about this, but I think I'll do a stream or a video one day where I talk about it. But yeah, I'm like completely against the idea. And I think the idea of like it just being an easy way of like kind of remembering what your opinion and what your sentiment of a film was and how much you enjoyed it, and just communicating that to other people, like, oh yeah, I liked it this much. It just gives you an easy idea, right? Like that's all it is, right? You don't need to, it's not that deep. But to me, it is that deep. To me, it is problematic. But it is rather reductive and nonsensical system since you can't measure art. Yeah. Did someone just say deconstruction? Like Ava and Madoka Magica? Yes. Just like those. That's one of those other things. People like getting mad at people saying that such and such a show is a deconstruction. Like every fucking... It's like clockwork, isn't it? Every 2 days someone tweets about how annoying it is that people think Madoka Magica is a deconstruction when it's really not. Yeah, man, we get it. Maybe it's just that because I'm not exposed to a particular level of like the fandom or whatever you want to call it, I don't get exposed to all of those really dumb opinions. So when people respond to those dumb opinions constantly, like I'm only exposed to those people. So like, to me, those are like the surface level annoying people, right? The people who are always saying that such and such isn't a deconstruction, always complaining and whining about that stuff. Because I'm like too deep into these things. Like, those are my normies. My normies are the people who say those obvious, that kind of obvious shit. But maybe to them, like, there are people above them who are even more normie who are saying that Madoka Magica is a deconstruction all the time. But to me, that's just like an old thing from like the 2010s, you know, like who is even saying that anymore? I don't know. But yeah, I'm at a different level of like elitism. So people who like bring out like obvious kind of like meme responses and takedowns of like those shallow opinions on media, to me, those people become even more annoying. I used to believe ratings were somewhat meaningful when I was much younger. Hell, I'd even give credit to IMDb ratings when I was like 15. I mean, yeah, I mean, like me too, obviously. Like, I used to give ratings to things. I stopped like a few years ago. And it's not just like it's not just like a philosophical position. It's also it affects your like literally your experience with art. Like when you finish a film and you're immediately thinking about like, is this a 7 or an 8 out of 10? Like, sorry, like that's weird. Like, that's not normal, right? You shouldn't be watching a film thinking about like, what number is this? Because it immediately puts every work of art kind of in competition, when like different works of art are obviously completely different. Like, they shouldn't be shoved into the same like system, the same framework. It doesn't make any sense. Do the people whining even know that deconstruction itself has no clear meaning? Lol. Is anything a deconstruction? Yeah. So we've got the classic deconstruction, anti-deconstruction bros. Yeah. I mean, I agree. Like, to me, deconstruction is just like a cool word, like that you kind of understand what it means when I say it. Like, if I say something's a deconstruction, you get that it's something that kind of takes apart the basic elements of a genre and like reflects on them in some way and comments on them, and maybe like rearranges them or like uses them differently. And it's, yeah. To be fair, like, I'm not familiar enough with the magical girl genre to say whether or not Madoka Magica is really a deconstruction. Like, I'm willing to see, like, I see that there have been darker elements in previous magical girl shows, but to me that doesn't mean that Madoka Magica isn't a quote-unquote deconstruction, because Madoka Magica is obviously very focused in its deconstructive approach. Like, that's all it's trying to do, right? It's taking these elements and subverting them, or at the very least, like, kind of doing a different version of them. So even if previous magical girl shows did have like darker elements, or did even sometimes comment on those aspects, like, I think you could still realistically call Madoka Magica a deconstruction, right? Like, because not every magical girl show was like that. But yeah, obviously it's a problem if you think somehow that Madoka Magica is special in doing those specific things when it's not. Are a lot of terms overused by generic critics? I see people complaining about someone simply using the word theme or deconstruction. Can a misuse of words hurt real criticism? Like, I mean, obviously it's a good idea to... Shit, I need to charge my phone. Obviously it's a good idea to like have an idea of a definition for the word you're using, right? But like, at the end of the day, that's not how language works, right? Language is dialogical. It's about the dialogue, the discourse, the back and forth. So you'll say a word, maybe someone will ask what you mean by it, and by like explaining what you mean by it, you'll maybe get to the bottom of what you meant by it, and you didn't even really realize you meant by it. And like, clarifications come through dialogue. Like, you don't really start from the point of having a complete philosophical grounding for every single term you use, right? Like, a theme is another thing. Like, it's a good example. Like, what do we mean by theme? To me, a theme is like a unit of intelligibility of a narrative. It's like something we can say a narrative is about, or something it's exploring, right? But obviously, I think, again, another thing I think I wrote a thread on once, but like, it's all relative, like what we choose to single out in a narrative as being a theme, right? What was the stupid example that I used when I wrote that thread? I can't remember. But like if I'm watching a TV show, like somebody did like the costumes and the hairstyling for all the actors. So if I was to like watch a show and only pay attention to the clothes, let's say, the costumes, would I have anything interesting to say about that? If the answer is no, then that's because the costumes and the clothes aren't thematized in the show. If there is something interesting to say about the clothes and how they're used in the show, then that means that they are thematized and that there's something interesting to say about it. To me, that's what a theme is. But the fact that the word theme is kind of loose and doesn't mean much more than just saying that, like, this is something you can talk about in this narrative, something that's explored in this narrative, it's not a big deal. Like, we get what we mean when we say it, kind of. And, or at least by the end of my essay or my analysis, you should understand what I mean by theme, how I'm using it, or at least like why I'm talking about this in the first place, even if the word theme isn't particularly well defined. You will understand what's interesting about the clothes in this show, even if you don't necessarily understand why I'm calling it a theme, you know? We got someone trying to deconstruct the meaning of the concept of deconstruction over here. I think you'll find that someone's already done that. What's that guy's YouTube channel? I'm sure some of you have seen the video. The guy who like talks about how people use the word deconstruction. Like, I mean, it doesn't even mean anything. Something of Swords. What's his name? He does pretty good videos. I really want to make a video called Chainsaw Man is a deconstruction, actually, just to make those people mad. Yeah, there's almost a drive to go against the people who are going against the original dumb observation, you know? Yeah. Study on Swords, that's it, yeah. Yeah, he did a big video on that, which was, I mean, pretty solid. Because I remember back in the day, not to say that like I was one of the first people to point this out, but like I remember back in the day there was that YouTuber called was it Under the Scope or something like that? It was like an AniTuber. I don't know if he still makes videos, but he did a video like on deconstructions, but he made the same mistake. Like, he said like Ava, Madoka Magica, all of these shows aren't deconstructions, guys, and by saying they're deconstructions, like, you're like being reductive, and you're like simplifying the genres that they belong to, and you're like making out that the other entries in the genre weren't interesting or never did anything dark or anything like that. But then he says they're not deconstructions, because an actual deconstruction does this. An actual deconstruction is a show that takes the tropes of a medium and turns them on their head or whatever. So he says like these shows aren't actually deconstructions, but then he gives his own like arbitrary definition of a deconstruction to justify why those shows aren't actually deconstructions. But like, where is he getting that definition from? And he even mentions Derrida in the video. He says like the word comes from Derrida or whatever, and this is what an actual deconstruction is. But he doesn't make any connection to like how Derrida uses deconstruction and how he's now using it. So yeah, it was just all of that entire debate about deconstruction. It's all so like arbitrary. When I use the word deconstruction, it's just as like a kind of I don't know. It's just like a nice sounding word. It's not like a what's the word? A load bearing word. You know, that I feel the need to define. Like, if I say something is kind of deconstructing a concept, you kind of get what I'm saying. Like, I would only use it in the context of just kind of offhandedly using a term. The same way I would say like so-and-so is exploring this concept. You understand what I mean by exploration, right? Like, I don't need to define exploration for you, but deconstruction, because it, in the anime like fandom, because it came to mean, it came to be used in this way, the concept had to be deconstructed. So now we can't use the word deconstruction anymore, even though it's a really cool word. I'm going to clip that part and post it on Twitter, and all the anti-deconstruction bros will be mad at you. I don't know, I can't remember which part you're referring to, but please do. I want all of these fucking Annie Twit midwits to be mad at me. It'll get me more traction, more attention. I'll get back to that ratings comment in a second. It's a pretty meaningless buzzword, like the way people use deep, like it's a synonym for dense. So yeah, I mean, yeah, they're all like shallow words. The problem, I guess, is that people just swap out dark for deconstruction. Yeah, but yeah. I mean, I'm sure that's the case. But like I was saying earlier, like I'm not exposed to those people. Like I'm not exposed to that level of like normiehood. So like I'm not. To me, that I mean, this is very condescending what I'm about to say, but to me, those people, like, their opinions don't even matter. They're like children. You know, that sounds pretty bad. But so I don't really take them seriously. But above them, like a level above them, there's the people who are like, these people are like stupid for calling this deconstruction. And so those people who are getting mad at like child level opinions, and in a lot of cases, these are actually literally children on Twitter. You know, like fucking 16-year-olds. Talking about anime and stuff, and then so those people who are getting mad at them, those are the peoples. Those are the people who, to me, come off as midwits, right? Like it's not the normies who are calling, who are calling Naruto a fucking deconstruction of shonen or something, because there's actually a moment where a character dies or something. I don't know. Those people, to me, aren't the midwits, right? They're the normies. The people in between are the midwits. So those are the people who annoy me, or who I like to laugh at. There you go. That's my expose on my personal targets of mockery. Would you agree that ratings can only be useful within the context of products? For example, we can rate the MCU movies, but not a Godard film. That's something I have thought about in the past, but then you get into the muddy territory of like distinguishing what's a product and what's like a genuine work of art. And I think that to me is like the wrong, probably, I'd have to think about it more, the wrong view of media. Because there's overlap, and all kind of art is kind of commercial to an extent. And if you have a particular way of experiencing media and things in general, anything can be an artistic experience. This is like my Heideggerian stuff coming out. But like an MCU movie could be an aesthetic, artistic experience, maybe in spite of what the commercial intents of the producers were, but like you can have an aesthetic experience with any work, with any piece of media. So like, you know, like the rating thing to me is just, yeah, it's just silly. My throat is killing me. I need some water. Wait, how long is it? It's been 3 hours already. Damn. By the way, have you guys been getting ads? I meant to ask again earlier, but let me know if you're getting ads. Because I put it on like the manual mode, like I'm supposed to manually be putting in my own ads, but I don't know how that fucking works. Like I don't see where I have the option to place the ads. I don't know if it means that I just manually place the ads on the VOD, like after the stream, or if it's supposed to be during the stream that I get to choose when to place them. I don't know, but I get the feeling that you've probably been getting ads, which I find really annoying, obviously, because some of you are not hearing the incredibly interesting and profound things I've been saying. You got one ad when you clicked, so just like an opening ad when you open the stream, right? Yeah, so it might have just like disabled the live stream ads, which is bad for my money, but is good for the experience. Let me have a bit of water. So yeah, I have no idea how we got here. I can't remember what I was talking about. Oh yeah, I was talking about the parametric style, right? On how we interpret art, how we talk about art. Then we got onto like YouTubers and how YouTubers talking. Oh yeah, and how I wanted to make a big video critiquing YouTube media criticism. So yeah, so about that, and I think I'd probably go on to like how people talk about art on like social media. Like I'd be talking about the things like I'm familiar with. There's probably other areas of the internet where people talk about art differently, I don't know. But like on Letterboxd, on Twitter, and on YouTube, I'd want to explore like the underlying assumptions that are kind of smuggled into, unintentionally, unconsciously smuggled into the way people talk about art, and what that tells us about our relationship with art in the modern world, in the cyberscape. In order to, give a view of our present condition, our present media critical, philosophical condition, and how we interact with art. But yeah, I would like to, maybe like to is not the right phrasing, but would it be interesting to do critiques of Letterboxd reviews? I think I could do critiques of like YouTube videos, just go over YouTube videos and do critiques. That to me is very entertaining content. I'd have to like do it well though. I don't want to do one of those like streams or videos where I'm just like watching someone's video and I'm like pausing every 2 seconds to like needlessly nitpick everything they say. I'd want it to be like an actual like well thought out analysis, critique of the way they're talking about art. But I think like critiquing Letterboxd reviews would be like a kind of a more kind of shitposty version of that. Because it's not just the way people talk about, the way people critique films on Letterboxd reviews, right? There's that entire culture of like snarky, like witty one-liners that's so annoying. And I feel like I need to shit talk those people. And like certain maybe major like massive big Letterboxd accounts that I see all the time, a few of which maybe even have their own YouTube channels that are fairly popular. I feel like I really would like to publicly shit on some of these people. Pardon my language. But yeah, it's really annoying when like all the reviews are just like inundated. I mean, thankfully I'm not exposed to many of these reviews because I don't like follow people like that. But it's just inundated with people trying to be really smart. But like aside from that, I actually really like Letterboxd because I've like curated my experience by following like people, only following people who have like really interesting and kind of obscure tastes in film. And so I only get exposed to their opinions and the films they've been watching and their lists. So for me, Letterboxd is really great for discovering movies when you know how to use it. But if you're just using it as like a social media platform, you'd probably find it very annoying. But yeah, I like the idea of doing a video or maybe probably a series of streams like that, exploring modern media criticism on YouTube and elsewhere. But I'd have to find like good case studies. So I think I'm going to have to watch a Mauler video. Mauler, I don't know how you pronounce his name. Because he seems like symptomatic and representative of that particular school of kind of negative criticism. I remember, actually this is funny, I remember, because he has like this secondary channel, I think, where he does like live streams or like podcasts with a bunch of other people, a bunch of other like-minded midwits who are just constantly getting mad about like woke movies or whatever. And I forget what the channel's called. Some of you might know about it. But I remember one time, I don't know why, I don't know how. I think I was just curious. But one time they did like this really long one, podcast or stream or whatever it is they do, that was like fucking 20 hours long or some shit, where they were like critiquing somebody's video on like Star Wars or something. I can't remember what it was about. But they were critiquing it because it was someone who had an approach that was obviously completely opposite to theirs, probably like a subjectivity kind of person, like art is subjective, whereas they're very like, no, there are objective criticisms that you can make about art and stuff. And so in that video, they're all like, it's just literally an echo chamber, right? They're all like just echoing each other's thoughts, and they're all kind of amplifying each other's thoughts, and like dogpiling, and like it's literally what I just said, like where they just like pause every 2 seconds to nitpick every single thing the person says in the video that they're watching. And at one point, like obviously, this was at a time where the subjectivity versus objectivity debate in media criticism was like flaring up. It flares up every so often, and this was one of those times. So they were talking about that, right? They were talking about how art criticism is objective. And one of them obviously had felt the need to like give credence and authority to that position by like searching out some kind of precedents in like the literature. And they referenced, they were like these people who think art is subjective, don't they know that there was like this school of thought called like new criticism, like the new critics, and they were all about like how art is objective and stuff. And I remember I was kind of skimming through the video, and I remember landing on that bit, and I'd love to find it again. I need to find it again. If I can remember like what the video it was, which video they were talking about, then I could probably find the podcast and then just like watch it and find that specific moment. But I remember watching that and just cringing so hard, because that person had obviously just like Googled objective criticism. Like they were trying to kind of source their opinions, trying to find some kind of source of authority that they could point to. And like they found like the new critics, right? Because the new critics were looking for an objective way to talk about art. And they were responding to a trend of like people who would like analyze or criticize art in the context of the author's like biography and whatnot, and stuff like that, and to kind of incorporate outside elements to understand the work. And so the new critics were all about kind of formal. They were formalists, basically focusing on the formal aspects of the work, the inner logic of the poetry. They're mostly talking about poetry, and to them this was more. It was a more objective method, right? In the sense that there's a kind of scientific approach. Like there are things we can objectively talk about rather than trying to interpret the author's intentions. So there's a pretty famous like essay or like paper by Beardsley and Wimsatt called The Intentional Fallacy. I talked about it in my Darth Marenghi like parody video, my April Fool's video, and that's kind of from the like new critics era, that school of thought. So it's the method in analyzing and interpreting art that is supposed to be more objective, because it eliminates all of the all of the what's the word, like assumptions that one would make about an author's intentions, which we can never really know about, and focuses on the actual like formal construction of the poem, the rhyme, the meter, the use of literary devices, metaphors, without trying to understand what the artist was trying to say, but just getting at the meaning of the poem by looking solely at those formal elements. So that's what they meant by objective or scientific, right? It's the method, it's the approach to interpreting and understanding works of art. So it has nothing to do with value judgments. So this is the place where this guy obviously got tripped up. He didn't realize that objective could be maybe used in a different sense. It has nothing to do with like objective value judgments. I mean, some of these critics may have incidentally thought that you could objectively criticize art and have an objectively correct opinion or whatever. But that's not what, like, when we talk about the new critics and their particular approach and their method, their objective approach, that's not what we're referring to. It's not value judgments, it's interpretation and like textual analysis of a text. So it's not about saying this work of art is objectively bad because of these reasons, because it does this, this, and this, and you're not supposed to do this, this, and this. It's more about like this work of art means this because the poem does this and this and this. And so yeah, that was really that was really funny when that guy said that. But yeah, so I need to find good like case studies for that stream, or that series of streams. So yeah, probably like a Mauler video, maybe like a YMS video that's kind of in the same vein. I mean, I'd have to go back to Mr. Plinkett, who's kind of at the origin of all that. That kind of angry nerd tradition, I guess. But in terms of other kinds of media criticism on YouTube, I don't know what I would look to. I could say that videos that just summarize a show with like minimal to no like analysis aren't really insightful, but that's not much of an interesting observation. So yeah, anyway, I'll probably wrap up relatively soon. I didn't even get around to reading level E. La gêne occasionnée, I don't think it vaguely rings a bell, but I don't think I've ever listened to that. Is it on YouTube? Can't type with a mic in front of my face. This is for the French oh yeah, I think I know. I might like follow some of these people on Twitter or something. But see, this is what I say when I'm say that I can't watch like YouTube videos anymore, or even podcasts. Whenever I hear people talking about art, or the idea of like listening to people talk about art and like analyze it and interpret it, I don't know, it just like puts me off. I don't know if it's like since I've been making videos myself, so I feel like hearing other people's opinions, like I'm too difficult. When people aren't being like insightful enough. I'm not saying that these people aren't insightful, by the way. I haven't listened to this. Avec Bégodeau, okay. Um, but yeah, like I never want to watch like video essays or listen to podcasts on art anymore. I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's hard to explain what it is. The feeling that I feel. The only kinds of videos that I like watching are ones that are like really different in their approach, or like go really in depth about something, and are made by people who are like clearly experts on that particular thing. The only YouTube channels that I really like are like, there's this guy, I think I've mentioned him before on Twitter, Don Kunz. He's this like architecture like professor who makes these like really fucking insane videos about like, usually about like Lacanian psychoanalysis with respect to architecture and art, and like it's so complicated, like if you have no grounding in like Lacan, but it's so fucking interesting to me. I haven't watched this in a while, but like the reason I don't watch this so often is because it's really complicated, but these are the only kinds of videos I get excited for. Like I'll just click on random ones, and he made a few like on like Hitchcock movies and stuff, and like I recommend anyone check out this stuff, because this guy's obviously like, he knows what he's talking about with respect to architecture. He's like obviously read a lot of Lacan, even though he's not like an authority on Lacan, but he's more of an authority than fucking most YouTubers. And so he offers this genuinely novel approach to understanding art, and like, again, this is more of like a formal approach of understanding art, but it's, I mean, I especially like the videos where he talks about like, gets into like the nitty gritty of what even like a metaphor is. He has this one really good video on Vico. Giambattista Vico, I think it's one of his earlier videos, where he gets into like the concept of metaphors, and I'm like, damn, yeah, that's a really interesting way to look at things. And there's this other guy called, it's Paper Books, right? No, what is it called? Paper Bird. This guy, I don't think I've watched his recent videos. This guy does like book reviews, not really reviews, but just like kind of talks about books that he's read or books that he enjoys. But he does it in this, his editing is really strange, and kind of like memey and like shitposty. But his tone doesn't sound shitposty, so it creates these like weird contrasts that are kind of funny. And so I just think it's like a really novel way of making this kind of video, even if he doesn't go too deep into the books he's talking about, but he obviously like is very, very well read and stuff. So I only watch videos like that, like the typical video essays. I just don't watch them anymore. Channels like fucking like this stuff, I can't stand, I can't stand this shit. The in praise, I keep seeing these in praise of, like, what do you mean in praise of? Why are you trying to sound smart? In praise of subtle cinematography, when the point of your video is probably just like, sometimes you can communicate a lot with like subtle cinematography, and you don't have to be like over the top and extravagant. Like, to all the people in chat who have probably watched this video, is that the point he makes? Tell me it's not the point he makes. What's the point? Like channels like this, the idea of like sitting down and watching watching a 58-minute video about like the history of like acting, and that I'm sure is based on like loads of incorrect assumptions about what older acting used to be like, and like generalizations and reductive like simplifications. I'm completely like just I haven't watched these, so I'm just assuming that they're bad, but I just kind of know they're bad. This is like the level of insight that to me is very like mid-witty, and the kinds of videos that I just don't want to watch. It's the kind of like cinephile where I feel like no matter what level they reach, no matter how many films they watch, all of their observations seem to start from a level of like a like 17-year-old cinephile, you know, who's just really getting into it. And like their arguments always start from these like kind of simplified assumptions. You know, do you know what I mean? Am I making myself understood here? I just can't watch videos like this anymore. I don't know why. I mean, I guess I just explained why, but... So I really don't watch many video essays. But yes, I mean, I guess something like this could be a case study that I could do. In the realm of like quasi-academic video essays, which is a different style of media criticism online. I'm using criticism in the broad sense, obviously. Anyway, so yeah, just to catch up, they're doing reviews and in-depth analysis of movies like every 2 or 3 weeks. I feel like you could do that too. Pick a film with some hype and just dissect it. Yeah, I mean, but to me, like, I don't know. I can't like force myself to have like interesting observations, and I hate like pronouncing myself on things when I don't have like strong opinions or insights, because I feel like I'm just like doing it for the sake of doing it, and doing it for the sake of just having my insights or opinions on everything out there, when I don't really want to do that. And I hate the idea of saying something that like I'm just saying because like I need to have something to say about a film, and I don't really believe in it, and it's kind of dumb, and like later on like thinking, that analysis I did of that film wasn't very good, was it? But people will watch it and think that that's my opinion, and that's like representative of my level of insight. So picking like films with hype and dissecting them, like I don't know if I could do that really, because most of the films I'm interested in, as you well know, do not have much hype behind them. The problem with the EFAP is that they are popular. So I assume that's every frame a painting. So what do you mean the problem with the every frame a painting is that they are popular? Do you mean just like that style of video essay? Yeah, I mean these are people who obviously came from that kind of school, even though I think every frame a painting is like pretty good, like pretty solid for what it was. Like those were very short essays, but he was a very good essay writer and editor, and so he made his points well, even though they were fairly basic. I thought his videos were a pretty good entry point, probably because they were kind of my entry point. But yeah, everybody who kind of followed in the wake of that, especially these people who, obviously that guy, Tony Joe, whatever his name was very insightful about the medium because he was an editor. But these people who are just like cinephiles, right? You go to film school or whatever, they don't really have any kind of deeper authority or knowledge. Not that I do either, but at least I try to talk about art in kind of a different way. But they make longer videos as well. So the format isn't exactly the same. I need to keep up with chat because I read chats and I don't know what they're referring to anymore. That's definitely the reason it happened to me. You're editing them in your head. Oh, you mean like these video essays, like you're editing their scripts, like you're critiquing them in your head as you watch them? Is that what you mean? Have you seen the work of Style is Substance and Your Cult Boyfriend? Style is Substance rings a bell. I think I may have watched some of their earlier videos. Oh yeah, this is I forget her name. Jane. Yeah, I think we used to be like mutuals on Twitter or something. I don't know if she still follows me, but I unfollowed her because she was one of those accounts that like, yeah, just like say really obvious shit. I can't think of what the example was, but like just really bland, obvious opinions, kind of like the anti-deconstruction stuff we were talking about earlier. That I just kind of find boring and obvious. But her videos, like, yeah, I remember watching. Oh yeah, she did the Star Wars prequels video, and she did a video critiquing a Sardonicast episode. I remember that, the one on Pasolini on Salo. Is that still up? Wait, this is the person I'm thinking of, right? I guess it's this one. But where's the big Star Wars video they did? Oh, she did a video on Wax. That's cool. But it's probably like a pretty surface level like presentation of it. I don't know why I'm like shit talking this video. I haven't even watched, but yeah. So this is definitely the channel I was thinking of, but I can't find the that Star Wars video. I'm probably just blind. It's not this one, I don't think. It was a bigger one. It might be this one, I don't know. But yeah, I think in this one she talks about a Sardonicast.
Among the youth who saw him as a mentor figure, friend.
Or maybe it's not in this one. Maybe this is an analysis of the film she did afterwards because they talked about it so poorly. And she might, I don't know, maybe she deleted those videos? Yeah, because it definitely wasn't a year ago that I saw that. It was... Am I going crazy? Like, this is the same channel I'm thinking of, but the videos aren't there. Wait, this isn't it, right? This is just probably a good analysis of Sailor. Anyway, I don't know if maybe it was a secondary channel, a different channel, or maybe she just deleted them, the videos that I saw. But yeah, I'm pretty sure she did like a response video to when Sardonicast talked about Pasolini. And she was like, "You're all wrong. Like this is so like shallow and surface level. And like you're saying, like their analysis, their insights were so bad." She made like a critique of their podcast. So I like her just for that, at least, because Sardonicast. Oh boy, like once in a while I'll just like randomly have the urge to check out one of their podcasts. Obviously I can't listen to it in full, but I'll just like skip around in the video and like hear whatever fucking inane like vapid shit they just say about stuff, about like older art house films that they have like no context for, no understanding of. So I could use one of their podcasts as an example, as a case study as well. I remember the one they did on Fanny and Alexander. I think I tweeted about it at the time. Want some midwits? Try Nerdwriter. Yeah. Nerdwriter is kind of like the prototype, isn't he? He would be a good case study, I guess, for like that particular kind of editing style where these people seem to care more about the edit and like the flow and like sounding kind of insightful and cool and like hip. I mean, it's literally, like, I'll just say it like it is. It's the hipster style, right? It's the hipster style of video essay. So that's the kind of another style. It's not exactly the same as like some of these people I'm looking at, but they definitely draw influence from Nerdwriter. To be fair, the film school to YouTuber pipeline is real. I mean, yeah, of course it is. It's hard to have good insights on things. Yeah, it is. I believe that with EFAP they were referring to Every Frame a Pause, which is Mal's podcast. The other to steal the branding of a better channel. Okay. So wait, the problem with the EFAP is that they are popular. Okay. Yeah. That's the channel. That's it. I'll get to that other one in a second. What was it called? Someone said Style is Substance and Your Cult Boyfriend. I'll get to that. Yeah, so I guess the channel is Moolah, right? Yeah, and they do these like really long, I don't know if they're originally like streams or just podcasts that they publish. I think I remember this guy too, because like it's funny that you recommend them together. I guess maybe you had the same experience, but I discovered these two together, him and Style is Substance. I don't know if they did like a collab or something, or maybe they interacted a lot on Twitter. But yeah, I remember watching some of this guy's videos too. But like, yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm particularly interested in his insights. That sounded really mean. But yeah. The assassination of Chris Stuckman by the coward Chris Stuckman. So I'm assuming, my guess would be that this video is like Chris Stuckman made a video where he goes back on one of his more based takes for a more like progressive or woke opinion or something, or changes his opinion of a film that he originally disliked, and so they're like, he's ruined it, he's assassinated himself. Yeah, these are, I mean, how do they do this? How do they do this, man? Like, this particular kind of, like, people, like, have they not died out yet? Like, it's just like the edgy, like, alt-right equivalent of, like, Mean Girls, you know? Like, just, like, gossiping all day about the minutiae of other people's, like, opinions or movies or whatever. But yeah, I need to find which stream that was, which podcast that was. I think the Sardonicast one is down. Yeah, I guess. Just deleted. I think she had like backlash to that video obviously from Sardonicast fans. Which is to be expected, I suppose. But her videos are very insightful, especially the current ones. I think you should watch them. Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. I'm open. I'm open to enjoying video essays. So I'll check them out. Not right now, but Melancholia. I keep clicking on this looking for letterboxed accounts. That's like a reflex I have now. If I'm going to take you seriously, I need to know what your tastes are. I do love me some. I do love judging people's tastes. It's probably on her Twitter. Actually, I'm pretty sure she follows me on Letterboxd, so I could probably find it. But anyway, Cool Boyfriend is funny because he takes a look at media you would think is shallow and comes up with good, insightful critique. Yeah, I mean that's fair. I might check him out as well. I just get a sense that I probably won't like it. You can't cure stupidity, I'm afraid. Well, yeah, but it's also, it's like that echo chamber effect, isn't it? Where you just like surround yourself with people like that, and they kind of feed into one another and make themselves even, like, entrench themselves in those kinds of positions and attitudes. It's fucking weird, man. That's such like 2015, 2016, like, era stuff. I think Mal is way less popular now. I don't think he's relevant like he was in 2018. Yeah, I'm sure. It's a different. It's from a different era. So I'll link to his main channel. Let's see. But I'm sure he's still getting like loads of views, and he still probably has his like core audience. It probably just doesn't really like reverberate into the wider YouTube culture as much. And of course these people have like the most fucking dogshit boring tastes of all time. Fallout. He made a Fallout video. But I think he takes like really long. He takes like a really long time to make his videos, doesn't he? But they get enough views, and he probably has a good Patreon. Yeah, I mean he has a fairly good Patreon. I mean it's a really good Patreon, but like, probably not enough to live on in America. But if you add the YouTube revenue to that, he's probably doing all right. And from the podcasts as well, I assume. Did they have no? And like this kind of aesthetic, you know. What are we doing? 6 hours on Ant-Man and the Wasp. And those titles, an unbridled misery, an unbridled... Like, what the fuck does that even mean? Like, unbridled rage makes sense, right? Does an unbridled cataclysm make sense? Do we use the word unbridled to refer to stuff like that? Sounds weird. An unbridled praise. I mean, he's kind of like joking, like he's playing on the formula of his video titles. I'm being nitpicky, I'm aware, but like it just sounds kind of weird. But yeah, dude, I'm gonna have to watch one of these. Which one's the worst? Kind of want to watch this because I kind of want to watch this movie. If it's like really bad. Yeah, I kind of want to watch one that's about a movie I don't really know, but that kind of looks entertainingly bad. Because watching like a fucking 3-hour video on a Game of Thrones episode, like, come on, man. I'm not watching that. And then you say the ratings are bad, huh? What are you referencing when you say that? I can relate. I do the same for anime taste and look at people's my anime lists to get a grasp of where they're coming from. Anyone who looks at mine probably leaves pretty disappointed. Yeah, I don't remember what yours is. I remember you guys doing your 3x3 like podcast and stuff. I don't remember what your taste was specifically, so I can't. So I'm not gonna critique your taste right now. But yes, I have a very low like threshold, or a high threshold. No, a low threshold, or very like high standards, I should say, for like people's tastes. I'm very much like of the most boring taste in anime kind of mindset. I know it's mean, but like, yeah. It's just when I see people who have like, I mean, it's been said a million times before, but like when I see people who have like the same tastes, like you see like everybody has like the same combination, the same rotation of like 20 different shows. Or in the case of like movies, the pool is probably a bit wider, and it depends on what kind of cinephile you're looking at. But there are these like, what would you even call it? Like, it's like if you're this type of fan of this medium, you're going to have these types of tastes, and it just gets so boring to me. Like, surely you're an individual. You have like an individual taste, right? How likely is it that you're going to have exactly the same favorites as all of these other people? And the reason why is because obviously we don't really generally explore the medium and discover art by ourselves in a kind of free form way. We usually access media through other people's recommendations, especially with anime, which is much more like a fandom, right? People arrive in the fandom and they get a sense of like what the canon is, what other people like, and then they just like pick and choose their favorites from that short list of the supposed classics. Obviously those are just classics in the Western anime fandom, the modern Western anime fandom. And so you get a very limited view of the medium if you just circulate with people and like just what I find funny is like people who are like constantly posting their 3x3s and like updates to their 3x3s and favorites lists on Twitter and stuff, and then they just like, but it's always just like the same ones. Like it's a bunch of people, a bunch of mutuals just like sharing what are virtually the same lists over and over again to each other, like just reconfirming their own tastes. It's so weird to me. I mean, it makes sense, like from like a sociological point of view. It makes sense why that happens, but it frustrates me, and so that's why when I look at someone's taste, it's not just like understanding their taste; it's also understanding their like relation to like the quote unquote fandom, or like kind of group of people they're a part of, and finding out like where they get their tastes from, so to speak. It's not about like intentionally like changing your favorites list so that it seems more obscure and original. Like, no, like it's just that if that is genuinely your favorites list, then you probably don't have very interesting tastes. If somebody has a much more interesting list, then I look at that and I think, okay, this person has had a pretty interesting journey, like exploring this medium, and I can see that like they have very specific tastes, and I can kind of maybe understand what they're into, even if like it's not the same as me, even if we don't share the same tastes. So that's the problem when you like judge people's tastes. It's always like, well, you can't judge people's tastes, right? Like it's just, that's what they like. But I guess it's just, I'm judging the relationship you have with the medium that would produce such boring taste. To me it means that you're not very like curious, and so I'm probably not going to get any like insights or interesting observations from you. This is just a bunch of nonsense. It hurts. I'm going to assume you're not talking about me. 6 hours about the plot of a Marvel movie. Millions of views. Yeah, man. Yeah. You judging people's tastes on Letterboxd? Oh yeah, for sure. And I stand by it. I remember thinking that Mal's videos were good when I was a teen, but I quickly grew out of it once I actually started studying art and becoming more informed. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing. It's like, these people just don't grow out of that relation to art, that way of viewing art. That's what I find strange. Obviously, if you're making fucking millions of views, then you're not incentivized to grow out of it. But and it's also that these people, they're not like art critics. They're like culture warriors, or whatever you want to call it. They're like taking a position within a cultural, like, political discourse. And this is how it manifests. I really don't think someone like Mula is really worth the time to talk about, just vapid and utterly boring. Well, yeah, but I mean that would be the point, right? Like, I wouldn't spend like too much time on it. I would just like get a sense of the kind of criticism that he does, and kind of analyze that, and just kind of show what the underlying principles at play are, to kind of illuminate that kind of criticism, which is pretty popular on YouTube, evidently. And you know, examine the history of that, where it came from, Mr. Plinkett and all that. But yeah, I would be trying to make an interesting observation about it, you know. The most boring taste 3x3 is unironically partly inspired by my 3x3, but everyone is just copying me. Yeah. You're the original you're the original boring taste in anime. That's okay. Like, if you're the first person to have Evangelion, Tatami Galaxy, fucking Anne of Green Gables, one Miyazaki film, Serial Experiments Lane, Technolize, and shit like that in your 3x3, if you were the first guy to have those specific tastes, like that specific combination of tastes, then, like, yeah, more power to you. That was very unique. But that's the other thing for me, is why it annoys me, kind of, the quote unquote boring taste thing, is that it just feels so, like, what's the word? Like, I would say, like, abstracted from a context. How should I put it? It's like you're just picking and choosing these works, like you would just like food that you like and that you enjoy. I find that when you really explore a medium and you get a sense of like a particular work's place in the medium, you start to develop certain sensibilities, and so your favorites list is probably going to reflect those sensibilities. Like, I like these kinds of anime. Like, maybe someone who like just really likes 80s anime because of the particular kind of production style and the particular artists and animators that worked during that period, and they're his favorite animators, so obviously a lot of his favorites are going to come from that period, something like that. But so when I look at these, you know, the quote-unquote boring 3x3s, it shows like a lack of an understanding, or a lack of someone who hasn't really explored the medium and gained those specific individual personal sensibilities. Like, how can you not have an individual sensibility that's different from everyone else's? Surely that must mean that you haven't really delved that deep into the medium. And you haven't really explored your tastes. You haven't developed them. You haven't like refined them over time. You shouldn't like try to refine them. You shouldn't be setting out with the goal of getting better tastes. Your tastes are just a reflection of, you know, your subjective sensibilities. But so like, I wouldn't tell any of these people to go and get better tastes, but I will judge them for having the tastes they currently have. Manufactured. Yeah. Can't remember what you're referring to, but it sounds like a clarification of something I'm saying, and it sounds like I agree with it. I think I agree. I mean, obviously, it kind of makes sense for people to have like eclectic taste, like loads of favorites from completely different styles and eras and stuff like that. It's just weird that everybody would have the exact same kind of eclectic taste. That just tells me that people view these objects out of their context and just see them as like these nice little things that they consume and they kind of enjoyed. But not everybody has to have interesting taste or has to be curious about the medium. That's fine. You know? I just want people to have more interesting taste for my own sake, like so that I can get like more interesting recommendations and more interesting like insights into the medium, more interesting opinions, to have better like conversations, better discourse. That's my only like agenda. On that note, if you guys have any like last like insights, questions, now's the time, because I'm probably going to wrap up in a few minutes. Yeah. Let's just ease out of this. I think it also depends on what level you are at that point. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like, yeah, there are different like levels, right? Yeah, levels of exposure, levels of your like, what's the word? How far you've gotten in the medium, how far you are on your journey through a medium. But obviously a lot of people are just going to stay at that same level for most of their life. Like, they're not interested in going any further. And that's fine. To each their own. I just wish media discussion, criticism, analysis online was just a bit more interesting. And for it to be a bit more interesting, people need to be a bit more knowledgeable. Yeah. You need to put in the work, really. But yeah, anyway, as I wrap up here, let's summarize what's going to happen in the near future on the channel. So, for maybe some of you who weren't there earlier, so the idea is to make more frequent kind of short form video essays out of the like interesting observations that I have every once in a while, but usually decide to just kind of push back, waiting for an imagined bigger video that would incorporate that idea that I never actually make. So instead of doing that, I'm going to actually start making those observations into short videos, like, I don't know, like between 6 and 12 minutes long, probably, stuff like that. As well as another kind of short form content will be those more experimental videos that I would have done on the second channel, but now I'm just like, no, that's going to be the main channel. And then in the meantime, I'll be working on some of those bigger videos that I have in the works. Those 3 that I mentioned earlier are really the only big projects I kind of have left, or at least the ones that are quite far along in the writing process. The Kubrick video, the Monogatari video, and the Hunter x Hunter video. I assume it'll be Kubrick, then Hunter x Hunter, then Monogatari. Might be able to swap those last two depending on if I do research for the Monogatari video on stream and actually get kind of motivated to do it. But yeah, other than those big kind of projects, I don't really have any other ones in the works. So but that's good. I can kind of focus on the smaller essays and experimental videos. And on top of that, I'll keep doing streams on a regular basis. So there should be like a good constant flow of content, of videos and stuff. And content that I'm proud of actually and reflects my sensibilities, hopefully. The very next video should be this Ozu and Bresson video that I was talking about earlier. I've already started writing it, kind of know the structure of it, know the points I'm going to make. And that's the point of these little projects, is that I already, I have my point in mind. I just kind of develop it a little bit, and then that's it. The script's done, I can make the video. So I don't need to work on it for fucking 2 months or whatever. So that could be out, if we were being really optimistic. No, I was going to say it could be out by the end of the week, but what day is it today? It's like Wednesday. It's Thursday right now, but it was Wednesday. So yeah, I don't think that's possible unless I just work only on that. But more than likely it'll be out like early next week, Monday or Tuesday, something like that. And yeah, and then I have another kind of shorter experimental video that's in the works that actually I could probably get that one out first, because I don't even really intend on doing narration for it. It'd probably be TTS again, like AI. So yeah, one of those two will come out first. Either way, like next week I'll probably have like 2 shorter videos out, but they'll both be interesting. In terms of next streams, I'll probably do another stream this weekend. I'm planning on maybe doing a stream with a friend of mine who lives in Japan, so it's kind of tricky to get the timing right, because I'll be streaming obviously at night, and for him it'll be like really early in the morning. But yeah, I talked about in a previous stream the idea of like, I wanted to like read manga on stream, and I thought it would be cool to kind of read through the history of manga, like start with early manga and like read the like most important works, the most significant works, because I'm actually someone who doesn't really read that much manga. So I'd like to get a better, deeper understanding of the medium, and I thought that would be a good way to do it. Use my time on stream kind of productively. And as I read through these manga, I'll have like more and more interesting things to say about them, presumably, because I'll be more and more knowledgeable. So there'll be like read-throughs where I comment on what I'm reading. And yeah, I wanted to do that first stream with my friend Liam, because, well, he lives in Japan, he speaks Japanese. So I thought it would be appropriate to do that with him. He also actually, for those of you who don't know, I helped out on the last batch of TCB scans, translations of Hunter x Hunter chapters. The last batch of Hunter x Hunter chapters, I edited the translations for TCB, which is like, they do fan translations that they released like a day or 2 before the official translation. And so yeah, I was the editor on that last batch of chapters, and I might be doing it again, depending if I'm working or not. I might be doing it again in October when it starts up. And my friend Liam, he's the translator. on that, and he does translation for, I think, One Piece, Jujutsu Kaisen. He did Fable as well. So yeah, he's a good translator. And hopefully, I mean, I'd like to be able to work on this next batch of chapters. It's a bit hectic every week, so I might be too lazy to do it. But anyway, yeah. So next stream will probably be me reading some very early manga and looking kind of into the history of it a little bit. I might, who knows? I might read a book about early manga. But yeah, hopefully I can have my bro L-Man, Liam, on board. Yeah, so that'll probably be like Saturday. Or I guess, yeah, either Friday night or Saturday night, so that it's weekend time for him. But yeah, okay. I think we'll end with that. Look forward to the next stream. I really enjoyed this stream, actually. I think this was my best one so far. I feel like we covered a lot of like topics, and like I interacted with chat a lot, and there was kind of like a good like continuity, a good flow to the topics we addressed, which is kind of like the kind of structure I want to have with these streams, especially the ones where I don't really have much prepared in advance. That kind of sense of like I said this in that last video, like the structure of like a train of thought, where you go from one idea to the next and you kind of forget how you got there, but it transitions like smoothly from one topic to the next. So I feel like we covered a lot of ground here and kind of set up a lot of stuff that I'm going to be doing in future content. So yeah, anyway, that was great, guys. Thanks for being here and listening to my my knowledge, my brilliant insights. We're up to 15 viewers right now, so obviously we're not far off from establishing the cult, the official cult, which will come soon, hopefully. I just need to write my manifesto. Yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoyed the reading. I guess we didn't stay on it for too long, really, did we? How far did I even get into it? I didn't even get past... this is where I stopped off reading earlier before the stream, at this sentence. And I kind of like explained the idea to you guys, and then I started reading this sentence, and I focused on horror vacui, and like, did I go further? I didn't, did I? The critic assumes that everything in the film should contribute meaning. Style is not decoration, it must be motivated compositionally or realistic. Yeah, I didn't get past this. So I guess I'll just have to read it on my own time. Great. What's the point of these streams if I can't just use it to do research for videos? But yeah, anyway, I'll be seeing you guys. I don't know how to do a sign off. Don't know how to say goodbye. But if I can find my hotkey that magically ends the stream, if I can remember which one it was,